heads up. I'm just connected on my phone. Just so we know.
There's for my medicine stuff.
Goodness gracious.
Oh, sweet. If I have this this specific one open, I can see when I'm talking because my little person lights up.
Massive.
Hello, stream.
Hello. Okay, cool. I was double checking that chat was working.
Hello.
If you ever need to, well, I guess it's with Samsung only, but Path Builder also has an app.
You mean Android?
Yeah, Android.
Oh shit.
I am back.
Welcome
Go
back.
back. I'm front. We gotta stop meeting like
Back.
this.
I hate you.
Oh no, what have I done?
Loathsome.
Type in here.
Oh, you mean where I make it so that you can't type at all?
Hubba.
There you go. Can you still see that channel?
Yes.
Alright, now you can't type there. Yep. Oh, you know what would be nice if I had some background music going?
I'm getting some audio from the quest portal.
True.
Yeah, it's like this like weird drippy.
It's like a spooky cave noise.
Yeah, that's just the default like setting.
Hello, everybody. Sorry, I was trying to fix my mic. Am I sounding all right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
sound great.
good to me.
You sound great.
Thanks.
We've lost a couple of nondescript white boys.
Sad.
I like mine and Veils the most.
I like
Tails
mine the
is very
most.
cool.
I think mine's pretty cool.
No, I disagree.
Wow. Okay.
I like mine. It's classic.
Everyone remind me their names. I don't remember anybody's names.
They remind you to what?
Did everybody remind me of their names?
Character or regular?
IRL. Real. Regular. Medium.
I'm Devin.
Wait, which one were you?
I'm great.
I know. Wait, Devin, can you talk? What's your Discord item?
Oh, mine's gonna be the two people.
Okay.
You know me, I'm
Hi,
Sterling.
Devin. Who?
Who?
Mina?
Hi, Sterling.
Mina?
Hi, I'm Kiv.
Okay. I know you.
Do you though?
Yeah. I gave you your name, Hivington or Remington.
Okay. Abby
You
did.
know.
Abby did. Let's be real with that.
No, that's objectively untrue. I did. No. Abby, I message Abby right now. I'm serious. And then screenshot it. Because I called you Lord Kivington III.
Now, children.
I am a man.
Yes, I can. You can simply be both.
Simply gender.
That's true. Chuck E. Cheese's motto is where a man can be a kid.
Wait, really?
No.
I don't remember.
It's where a kid can be a kid.
Oh.
But, you know. Why can't a man be a kid at a Chuck E. Cheese? Why can't a 40-year-old dude... Why can't a 40-year-old dude doesn't bathe go in the hall?
Apparently you do actually, like, Chuck E. Cheese won't let you be there unless you have a child in attendance.
I think that's fair.
But their cutoff for what a child is 17, and you only need one, so you could have one 17-year-old and then a bunch of just other, like, anywhere from 18 to however olds, and that would just be allowed.
What? Why would, like... Are they gonna get the 17-year-old? That's the concern. Why are 20, 30-something-year-olds hanging out with one 17-year-old?
This is true, but it is possible. I'm not recommending it, I'm just stating it.
This is like a recommendation.
Definitely not.
Sterling, I'm gonna do it, and then when I'm in jail, I'm gonna testify, hey, I think Sterling actually said it would be a good idea. And I'm easily persuaded because I'm a child.
And I'm going to point to the VOD of the stream we're currently on and show that as proof of me saying in completely true
Sterling's
fact.
talking over Sterling.
I already said it. I already said it wasn't a recommendation.
I will literally, looks like I just have to play some DMCA strikeable music so the bot gets taken down. Watch this.
Don't do it.
Just, like, make a clip and name it My Legal Defense.
Sorry to break the news to everybody. I'm simply built better than everyone because I have insomnia cookies.
Insomnia cookies.
Yeah, they deliver until like fucking like 3 a.m. or something.
4 a.m. Yeah.
Nice.
Do you not know what insomnia cookies are, Sterling?
No, I have never heard that.
They're largely in like college towns, to be honest.
Yep.
I live
Exactly.
in the middle of nowhere.
That's somewhere, you know?
Makes
It is
everyone
where
a little
I-
chocolate chipper.
Chipper.
Okay, Sterling, they're cookies that are better than you can buy at a grocery store, but like worse than you could buy at a bakery. So you're not missing out on much. It's like Jimmy John's.
No,
like,
you're only missing out
whole
on
thing is
the,
they
like,
deliver.
it is 2 a.m., you do not have anything in the house, you want snacks. Oh my god, there's an insomnia cookie down the street that will deliver.
Yeah. Holy shit, I'm so fucking baked right now.
Yeah, it is really just made for college kids who are high as balls and really want cookies.
I go to Insomnia Cookies at frickin' whatchamacallits in Las Vegas whenever I'm there.
I know that place.
No big cookies at home right now.
So has everybody's characters changed since the last time we spoke? Or?
Yeah, I made one.
Mine's the same,
So
just
that-
more fleshed out.
Also fair.
I'm definitely still like pretty overwhelmed with the amount of customizability. So, yeah.
It's okay. And don't worry, you can retrain feeds if you find that they aren't working for you.
I am currently trying to find audio just for like a passive song to play, and I'm like, ugh, it's so hard.
Play some DMCA strikeable music, it's fine.
No.
Something slow and folky.
Yeah, just put Danger Zone. It'll be okay.
What? Frickin' Kenny Loggins is gonna come for our asses.
Just put Rebecca Black's Friday on a 4-hour loop, it'll be fine.
That would not be fine because then I would leave.
Perfect.
I would also leave.
Oh, to explain
Not
that,
perfect.
Kiv, the bandit leaders aren't a thing anymore because they actually removed like item storage stuff, but still aesthetically have them.
You can also have a chandelier. Just carry one around with you, that's your character. Character's motivation is like, I stole this from a Tiffany's.
The character's motivation is, oh god, oh fuck, how do I carry this around?
Oh god, I need to become stronger. I have to become the greatest druid there ever was so I can carry this chandelier.
That being said, at one time you can have up to 2 Vulcan tools attached to you to draw from, and then if something's a light bulb, you can just say you pulled it out of the pocket, and if it's any heavier, you have to take 2 actions instead of 1 action to pull it out.
How bulky are rockets? Can I pull a rocket out of my pocket? One turn? 2. Or 1 action? Gray, I need a DM's ruling. How bulky are rockets?
They did the double
They're not bulky at all. Perfect. Perfect. Those things that live in your pocket.
Oh. You'd think that wouldn't actually make any sense, but I do actually think I may know what you're talking about.
I hope you do. This is just a joke.
But that's
It's just a Dr. Seuss reference.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah, that was. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Bro, are you good?
Never.
Me? Oh.
Chaotic neutral at best.
Alright, everything is already on my end for the first couple scenes. I don't have a battle map, but I don't know that we'll need one, but I can always look one up in a pinch.
Alrighty.
Battle.
Foolish. Everybody
There's
knows
fighting
that
in this campaign?
everybody knows that the first session everybody TPKs each other.
Goodness
Of course, I'm gonna see one human and kill them.
Alrighty, let's get into game time.
Hell yeah!
Oh, hello. Thank you. I just have to set the ratio to this. Hiya. And we are good.
Hell yeah. Time for game.
I had to turn my scroll wheel on lock because I realized I was just letting it spin and I zoomed way in and I was like, oh my goodness. So, everyone, have you read the message that I posted in the Discord as to the current location as to where you are?
Yes. Oh,
Someone died.
Yeah, sorry, I left it on red.
Oh, rip.
Oh, it'll be in the in-character chat.
Yeah. So I can read it out. Each of you find yourselves in a town called Pure Creek. It has a railroad, and you are brought here either by letter,
Someone talk.
promise,
I
or
can't hear any. I
happenstance.
disconnected.
Oh, no worries.
Am I? Oh, I can't hear you, son of a gun.
I can be heard by everyone else, though. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Gracchomachus, or Gracchomachus. I like that name. Alright, so, like I said, oh, alright, can you hear me now?
There we go. Yep, I'm good now. Sorry.
No worries. Alright, so let me read this out. Each of you find yourselves in a town called Pure Creek. It has a railroad, and you are brought here either by letter, promise, or happenstance. Maybe you live here. Who knows? But here's where we start our game. Now, it's very important that you guys figure out why you're here. You don't have to tell me, but either you are here, and that's where we're going to begin.
Oops.
It's okay.
I'm fixing this real quick. The sounds of a fire.
So, out of curiosity, is Pure Creek the kind of town where a non-human can find a place to sleep for the night?
Absolutely not.
Alright. So then, presumably, my character, Desdemona, and assuming the situation that got us both here has kept us as a pair, Hazel also are probably camping out somewhere nearby.
Probably.
Or if you guys want to figure out exactly where you are, there is a place for the human folk to stay. It's a little tavern, but you find that you are still awoken by the ruckus. Everyone else had to either set up camp, sleep under a tree, do whatever. If not, this place was not very welcoming for those of your kind.
You said it was a small town, right?
Small town, but big enough to have a railroad stop.
Would my house be close by since I live here?
Oh yeah. If anything, you are one of the most surprised.
I see.
Now, you hear a woman screaming as well. And if anyone cares to look outside, or just wake up, you see an older woman being dragged out by her hair to the edge of town. Meanwhile, she does seem to be screaming. I'm not a witch. I'm not. I'm not! My home! My babies! The fire raged. Anyone do anything?
If
And
this is current,
the woman's being dragged by her hair, not by one person. There are many people. Most of them men.
if this is going on within, like, visual distance of wherever Desdemona and Hazel are camping out,
She's being
Desdemona's
dragged through the middle of town,
okay. Then she's probably like peeking out the front of the tent, or no, they don't have a tent. Just kind of peeking around a tree and watching and like biting a nail. Like, oh god, I should do something.
Anyone else find themselves watching this spectacle?
Did she say something about someone being in the house?
Yeah, she screamed about her babies. The
Oh,
fire
no.
is raging, though.
Like, no one can get in?
You can try, but it looks much like what the scene is on Quest Portal.
I would imagine that a character Thatcher, he'd be in his pajamas, but he'd be getting ready to well, like putting on his clothes and like ready to follow where this woman's going, but trying to be hidden about it.
Alright, let's see, who have we not heard from? What about, Grak and, your character, Prince?
Give me the way.
Oh boy.
You shouldn't have chosen this personality of a character if you didn't want to roleplay you.
Did you say what the lady looked like?
She's an older woman, her hair is slightly gray. She's of medium build, and she's in her nightgown.
Okay. I feel like, and you said she's getting dragged to the outside of town, right? Correct. Okay. So she's gonna be heading towards my character's direction and Chris's character, and I feel like I'm gonna start like watching silently and be ready in case shit goes down.
She goes, and as she's screaming, she's beginning to become frantic.
Kind of listening over like the sound of the fire. Is there any like crying or anything outside of the lady being dragged off? Of course.
There was at the beginning of the fire, but it is quickly snuffed out. You hear in the man who's dragging her, he says, "Those ain't babes. They ain't even human." And she screams as she fights against her binding. As you see that, if anyone's looking, you see that her hands have been bound. She seems to not be able to pull her eyes away from the fire.
Thatcher super wants to help, and he has like his makeshift revolver like at the ready, but he's still just gonna follow. But he keeps looking back at the house fire, wondering what he should do.
Anyone watching the fire specifically, you see that the fire begins to burn brighter and brighter. And then it turns blue for a moment. She's dragged to the edge of town at this point. Once the fire is done turning blue, it extinguishes itself completely. Everyone who is standing and carrying, like not carrying her, but following her, they gasp. A lot of people reach down and begin to throw stones at her. She's left at the edge of town. Once the stones began to be cast, the man dropped her and also walked to the crowd and began throwing stones. Don't you ever come back to this town. Be lucky you left it alive. She drags herself to her feet, her hands bound in front of her. My king wanted a peaceful life. Couldn't let us be. I curse you all to my dying breath. The spirit of my babies cannot rest because of y'all, so you'll never find rest again. Let the devils chase you to your graves. Everyone in town gasped. And everyone who was in town and did not raise a hand, you feel a weight begin to bear down on your shoulders. She turns, mutters something, and disappears in a flash.
Desdemona, watching from behind a tree, turns and looks at Hazel. Well, that ain't good.
And like I said, all characters, you feel some sort of weight on you. And you can go ahead and give yourselves the curse condition. You can roll, but as level 1 characters, you will not be able to make the save.
Oh boy.
How do I do that?
Yeah. Oh.
And you can call it Curse of Pure Creek Witch.
Up on the top right of Path Builder, there is an add condition option.
I believe you can add curse, but if you just want to write it in your notes, this this is a homebrew curse.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a curse option.
What was the name of it again?
Just Curse of the Witch of Pure Creek, or Pure Creek Witch Curse, whatever you want to call it. Just you got your curse here.
I think I might be missing it.
Hazel is going to respond. We certainly picked the wrong town to stop at for the night.
I would agree with that. I figured we should just get off the train as fast as we could, but that seemed to have been the wrong choice.
So, the people return to their homes. They seem to have finished this spectacle. A lot of them kind of rolling their shoulders with this new weight that they feel, not realizing that something is different.
Does everybody kind of disperse? Is it alright if I try to track where she went?
Sure.
Has everyone left the house area?
Yeah.
Does it look like it would hold steady if someone went inside?
Not particularly, but the fire has stopped. So, like I said, it extinguished itself. So you are able to head inside and take a look around if that's what you want to do.
Yeah, I was asking if the building looks structurally strong enough to hold the weight of a person right now.
Probably the first floor, not the second floor.
Okay. Hazel's gonna speak up, wait here, and go sneak on over to the house.
Got it.
Mona just kind of like keeps chewing at her thumbnail and watches and like is about to follow, but is gonna hold back for now, but keep a very vigilant eye.
Now, all of you are able to either head back to your beds or investigate. And Hazel, you can go ahead and investigate the house, and Thatcher, you can also try to track. Go ahead and roll the respective dice, which is... I don't remember all of them.
For tracking, it would be survival.
Yeah, survival.
I got a 16.
What would I roll for, like, investigating?
Kind of depends on what you want to do. If there's an applicable knowledge check, you could utilize that, but it depends on what you're looking for, basically.
Just any signs of the people who, like, we heard screaming and then it was snuffed out.
That probably.
I'm looking for proof that there were people in here, I guess.
That
like
probably
bodies.
Perception then.
Yeah, perception.
Perception. Where is that? Oh, duh. That is a fuck math. What's 16 plus 8?
That would be
24.
right?
20, yeah.
Yeah.
24.
Yay, I did it!
That's per your roll.
Congratulations.
I'm evolving from being gay and not being able to do math. I am going to be the alpha gay who can do math.
Incredible.
And who can drive and who can cook.
Yes. But yeah, so you can search the first floors, and it seems like towards the back of the house, through a doorway, you find the charred, some charred looking, what looks to be like a crib, a small bed, like a child's bed. Like there was a crib, a toddler's bed, and a child's bed. There are charred remains in there. This room is completely burned. Anyone know a revival spell?
We're supposed to be level 1, right?
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure.
I'm gonna DM you real quick, right?
No worries. We'll switch over to Thatcher. Thatcher, while looking at her, you see that her footsteps were normal until you see the drag marks, and her footsteps were fairly normal until she took the 2 or 3 steps. Her feet seemed to have charred the ground itself before disappearing completely.
I'm gonna look out and see if I can see anything else. Would I know this to be some type of magic?
You can roll a... isn't there an occult?
There is?
Yes.
Roll the cultism. I'm so good at this.
I am trained in occultism, but I only got a 13.
Total?
Yes.
Got it. Let's see who's being dehydrated. Okay. You know this probably was a spell, since she did not run away or disappear, or she disappeared and not, like, anything else.
You're just gonna think to himself how he wished the circumstances could have been different, but he looks down and then starts walking back to home.
Alrighty. Now, you can head back home and attempt to sleep through the night. Most people who would be affected by this are probably kind of disturbed. What a terrible way to go. And this weird feeling that all of you have is just heavy on your shoulders and gives you a churning stomach, whether that be because of anxiety or maybe because of the thing itself. We don't know. So, does anyone do anything before waiting till morning?
When Hazel eventually comes back from the building, Desdemona will just kind of give them a look of like, did you find anything?
3 burned bodies.
That's something.
I think we should head out of this town as soon as we can.
I agree. We should do. I managed to stick around for a few weeks in the last town, but this one seems a little more hostile. And the last one was certainly not. Except, so we should ship out of here tomorrow pretty quick.
Hazel just nods and then pulls out the blanket that they've carried with them since leaving and just, like, curls under it and then offers part of it to Desdemona.
They'll come up and join Hazel under the blanket.
I think this would be a turning point for Thatcher, kind of like a snapping point where he's seen so much stuff like this before, and he started to grow numb to it, but then this heavy feeling made him remember that he hates all this kind of stuff, and I think he starts packing his bag, so now he's not going to sleep.
Alrighty.
Once the assorted people have begun to leave the main parts of the town, the main streets, trickling off to bed. Once the 2 strangers, barely outlined by the dying fires, take their leave, I would like to move over towards the woman, where the woman had been. And pursue the lead.
Got it.
Examining where she vanished and tracking back towards the house. Does a final check to make sure no one's watching my investigation like I've been watching somebody else's from a distance.
Yeah, makes sense.
There's one. Just a halfling kind of sitting outside of his tent, kind of observing where the fire had been and the general area where the woman had disappeared.
Oh, is it a known quantity? Mel will carefully step over and into the soot. And just for your awareness, if you hadn't seen it on my sheet, I do have That's Odd. If there's anything out of the ordinary to notice, if you believe it reasonable.
Nice.
And then, more specifically, besides seeing if there's anything that has not completely burned up in the fire, materials that it get completely torched, that wouldn't be bothered by the flames. As well as, can I think of anything that would cause the random blue burst?
It was probably caused by the anger of a witch. Your first sign that something was amiss with her. I mean, aside from the whole, your babe aren't even human. But yes, some things you notice is there are pictures of her family pictures of the children. You know, they are obviously taken within the home, but loving pictures hanging in the hallway of the children near the final doors that lead to the children's room. They are perfectly intact, and you have a wonderful option to have a photo of this woman.
Yes, I would like to carefully remove the photos.
And it seems that you notice, while checking the surroundings, that the fire was actually started in the nursery. Hence why the sounds of children crying were quickly snuffed out. Unfortunate. Do you check any other parts of the house? Just
Yes, you and a full canvas.
Okay. Aside from that, there's nothing really else amiss. It's just your standard burnt home. Some things were slightly untouched, like things on the edge of the house farthest away from where the fire began before it snuffed itself out. It seemed to have made its way across most of the house. And as I said, the second floor is not safe. Unless you wanted to try anyways.
Very tempting, honestly. Maybe enough up just to get a view to see if there's anything up there immediately recognizable, like if it's an open attic or if it's like halls and rooms.
You can easily hoist yourself up on some of the burned furniture in the living room to sneak a peek through one of the broken floorboards that have fallen through. It looks to be just hallways and doors. Although, looking upwards, there is an attic, but it doesn't seem to be any more intact than the rest of the house.
Well, it's not worth a broken leg or dropping a roof on myself, so. Hook hands on the edge and slip back down. If it happens to collapse like a house of cards, the remainder can be rooted through, but not like it collapse on me.
Yep. Now, you check inside the house, and you walked through the front door, correct? Or not the front door, but the front of the house. Okay.
Yeah. If there is a rear entrance, though, they will continue that way.
Alrighty.
Make sure there's no cellars or like back areas.
And lo and behold, you do find a cellar. It is untouched by the fire, and it is very heavily locked. It's got a really big lock on it. Seems to need a key.
Kind of sits at that, looking up towards the second floor and then off towards where the woman disappeared. Trying to figure where best it would be, if it's worth searching for. What skill is lockpicking in this?
Thievery.
Is there any chance I could try to force it open with a crowbar? Not that I have a crowbar or anything.
You can certainly try.
Too large of a lock.
Well, maybe too large of a lock, but maybe not too large of doors.
Crack some hinges. Yeah, I'll give it a go.
Alrighty. Go ahead and roll
Where do you want this rolling, by the way?
you are more than welcome to roll your own dice, because I personally like using my own dice.
Okay, good, because I have pretty ones picked out.
I know, me too. But that will more than likely be a... Devin, do you think it would be an athletics check?
To bust open a door?
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you have a crowbar, I think the levered one gives you an item bonus, so I guess it would just allow you to do so.
Let me see really quick.
Yep, you can use it when forcing open an object that doesn't have an easy grip. A crowbar makes it easier to gain necessary leverage. So you can try to do it without a -2 item penalty, which is pretty nice.
Yep, so just roll your athletics, and I'm hoping for you.
14.
14, you...
Strength is not my game.
I see that. 14 unfortunately does not open it. You see yourself doing some damage to the doors, but it's just not quite enough. You can either try again later, or leave it for now and try to, or you can try to find help, but currently you are alone.
I was actually going to ask, could I have followed in?
I think that Mal probably would have noticed, but what
Fair.
Mal does is up to them.
Are you stealthing through, or are you just approaching?
Was more observing what you were doing at the time,
Yeah, you see Mal disappear towards the back of the house.
especially when the loud sounds of the crowbar trying to force open a door happened, I think.
The creaky wood.
Well, if you turn the corner and haven't been stealthing, when you do turn, a crowbar has just been dropped, and there is a strange-looking pistol waiting for you.
Definitely hasn't been stealthing. You actually see him walk around with like a pipe having been lit. Kind of noticing the firearm, kind of just raises their hands tentatively, not too quickly.
Are you armed? That I would be able to see.
Not currently, no.
Armed with a smoking pipe.
Anything on him that would imply magical ability?
No, you probably do see what looks like some tools that are on his kind of dressed out, but they look medical in nature. Probably in an attempt to, like, if there were children, to save them, but when there was no sound coming out, he just kind of gave up.
You do notice that he is an otherkin, though. It's pretty obvious.
He is very much a halfling.
Closer now, you can clearly see you're just facing a human. At least appears to be.
Now, there's no reason to be going around trying to shoot somebody, is there?
Turning a corner in the dark. After a woman's been dragged off and her home torched. One could excuse a bit of fanciness, but I don't think you're going to attempt anything with a pipe then, sir.
No, nothing of the sort. Just heard all the noise and was making sure nothing had collapsed on you when you walked in.
No. The pistol drops a bit more to the side than straight down because it was already leveraged a little lower than usual before it is put away. Though the leather like latch that would go over top is not buttoned back. And they lean to pick up the crowbar. Wouldn't happen to be good with leverage, would you?
Not particularly with leverage, but he kind of like looks beyond you. I have been known to pick a lock or two in my life.
An eyebrow kind of raises at that, but they step back and gesture towards the cellar door.
I would also like to pursue a lead.
There you go.
And I will be using one of a very nice little feat that I have, known as Underworld Investigator. Which my circumstance bonus from following my lead actually is helps me with thievery checks as well.
Ah, that's sick. Yeah. It looks like it. Yeah, that's so cool.
Oh god, between the two of us, we're gonna crack everything. Oh no.
I'm excited. It's gonna be
It's non-stop circumstance bonuses now.
Yahoo. Yay me. But yeah, go ahead and give it a good roll.
all right. So we're going for a thievery. And I believe my pursue lead gives me a +1 circumstance, right?
I believe
Check
so.
that.
I'm like I clicked on the yeah.
Yep, +1. So no bullshit. I just rolled a natural 20 for a total of 26.
Hey, that's sick. Good job.
I don't think
I got it
doesn't
really.
really confirm.
Well, nat 20 doesn't necessarily confirm. So if like I got that 26, but the DC was like a 36, which would be impossible in our range. The
Pathfinder's fucking
critical,
French.
yeah, the critical that would be considered a critical failure, but the critical success would turn it to just a failure instead.
Mm-hmm. Lucky for you, this lock is not a 30. You are able to crack the lock. It comes open with a sort of grinding sound as it is pulled. And as you look down, the cellar door opens up and it's not all smoky down there, luckily.
Well, let's see what we can find before the vultures descend tomorrow.
Sounds good. I will. I'll get us a light. He'll go and obtain a torch from one of his bags, because he cannot see in the dark.
Give me 1 second to change the scene. I'll work on that while you guys go down. So as you guys head down, you see what seems to be a medium-sized cellar. But there are what seems like circles on the ground. Strange symbols and items. You figure this out to easily be the area of a witch. Mal, do you want to roll anything specific?
I would like to see if I notice any specific signs or symbols. Um, if I can tell what she was dabbling in.
It seems like this is possibly a. She seemed to be older, so her witchcraft was advanced. seems like she had been doing this for a long time. And she dabbled in specifically many magics, so she wasn't a white witch per se, but she dealt with a lot of the some things you recognize, I'll just say.
I suppose kind of using as like the torch as a guide to kind of light the area up a bit. Could roll an occultism, I suppose, right?
You absolutely can.
We do both got that occultism, eh?
At this stage, it's better for us to both roll single, but eventually, actually assisting each other becomes very useful too.
We'll roll separately then.
Not bad. I might owe Alex like a life debt. That will be a 26.
Nah, low roll for me. 14.
You'll just have to deal with this photo for now.
Or
Now, there seems to be a whole lot of alchemical things, but nothing that quite should work, you know? There was a lot of spellcraftery, I guess I can call it. What exactly were you looking for?
I don't even think he knows himself. He was probably more just observing the room, seeing if anything like particularly pops out.
There is one thing that pops out. Something hidden behind a sheet on the wall. Seems to be leaned up against the wall towards the back of the room. It is about your sized, and it is rounded.
The hell? There appears to be something over here under a sheet.
Yeah, and the reason you find this strange is because everything else is out in the open.
He'll kind of wander over towards it.
Alright.
The other follows a bit behind, eyeing it.
You are welcome to unveil it if you wish.
Yeah, he'll do so. Slowly, just to not like disturb or knock anything over, if he can.
What you see is a mirror. That mirror seems to show... first I'll describe the room. You see certain things in the room look different in the mirror. You see the potions bubbling and changing, and something, though, is more shocking to you. As you look at yourself, you see what looks to be a small child hanging on your shoulder, looking over. And the same goes for you. Mal, you see a different child hanging over your shoulder. You feel where exactly the weight is where the child is hanging on.
Grim.
I do think there's definitely a start from Devdak as he kind of like looks, and is the child still there when he looks at his shoulder?
No. But your weight is that of an infant. Mal, your weight is that of, I would say, it's about half of a 4-year-old, as you only see half of the child in the mirror.
Oof.
The children do have pointed ears.
Mal approaches closer towards the mirror, seeming to ignore for the moment the children and focusing on the differences in the room, trying to figure out if there's anything that should be investigated on the side. We'll also reach out and like tap the mirror with the back of a nail.
The mirror does nothing. When you move closer to the mirror, you can see more things in the room. And as you do, you see one of the circles on the floor lit up. Specifically just one. And it's something that you can only see while looking through the mirror because there are other circles on top of it. Things that are obscuring its view normally.
Could you do me a favor?
I suppose. He seems still a little freaked out about the situation, but listens.
Would you walk over right about there and touch one of the circles on the floor?
Kind of observes the circle. I suppose I could do that, yeah. Wander over.
And Mal will continue to direct until they have deck on the one that is actually lit, trying to pick it out from all the other circles.
Alrighty. Once Dabdak is standing immediately over it, do you instruct him to reach down and touch it?
Not standing in it, standing outside of it.
Oh, okay.
You gonna walk into random fucking circles?
I mean, it's not you, and it's just an otherkin, so I don't know.
I'll make my own choices.
That's what I'm saying. I thought I just wasn't sure.
No. Directs him to remain outside of it. Alright. Make sure you have that one. Yes, right there. Keep track of that for a second. And they rifle and pull out paper and a very scruffed up looking pencil. And we'll turn away from the mirror and try to write out the circle that's been like designated. The one that's technically lit, but not.
I get what you mean.
Just so that it's easier to tell any symbols or anything odd about it to try and pick it out.
You do, once it's drawn out, you see some familiar symbols in it. Things that you were told about before to keep an eye out for.
And what is the purpose of the circle, if I can ascertain such?
You specifically have seen circles like this before, in places that you had investigated. It is indeed something to do with what you're specifically looking for. You ascertain that this is one of the circles that were used to bring the other world. This was a witch of old making. It seems that she had been in this town long and stayed hidden. As there was a witch right under their nose for about who knows how long before the clash.
They pause at that, glancing, not like they're looking at anything in the room. A little bit of a Fargon look for a second, and then swivel, turning once again to the mirror, looking for what potions seem to be like actively being used, if any of the like ingredients down here are on a table somewhere like it would imply that they've been used recently, to try and figure out if she had been working on anything immediate.
She had been. She was using stuff that you would recognize with a very simple cultural, as fever cures and just other little things like that. Seems she was out of the whole crazy works of magic.
And is there anything that I can think can be done to the lit circle, or is that one of those like, even if it's not active right now, it will never be inactive, considering it, slammed an entire fantasy world into the regular one?
You can attempt to mess with the circle, like, break its lines, but that would take a bit of work because it is literally engraved into the concrete. Or the flooring, I should say.
Probably a bit beyond my efforts to be fucking around with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Great. And I'm gonna pocket any of the medicines or potions that look finished.
Fair.
Alright, you are able to take some minor healing potions, 2 of them, and I'm forgetting the other one that heals. It's like a...
Oh,
What's
are you
the one?
thinking of the alchemical elixir?
I believe so.
Like it's a oh god, potion of life?
Yes. Or I think it's elixir of life or something.
Elixir of life. Yep, that'd be the.
You've got a minor one of those and 2 potion of healings.
So
Everything
one
is-
minor elixir of life, 2 minor healing potions.
Yep, and you get miscellaneous item, a fever cure, and a expectorant, so a cough cure. But they are so little of importance. They're still magical, but less so.
I mean, like, I know technically we are not going to get a cough in the game, but for the sake of, like, actual, like, people on the regular day-to-day basis, that is very useful.
Yeah, I know,
I want the
right?
NyQuil.
You want the NyQuil? Yeah, you grab the NyQuil. Fantasy NyQuil.
The most magical of elixirs.
Yep. And so, you are free to just search a little bit more, but there's nothing else that's going to be really of interest.
I did have one thing. If the individual he has just met doesn't mind, I would like. The entire situation seems particularly weird. Do you mind following me up to the nursery?
No,
Curious about something.
that's fine. And they will follow on after you, though their eyes continuously, like, flip about.
Fair. As they get up to the nursery, he kind of passes the torch off to you. The name's Davdek, by the way.
Ma.
I'm generally a doctor by trade.
Very sneaky for a doctor. They say with more of a lighter smile, and then like if you look back at them, they like lift the hand, not holding the torch up, but like palm out as like a not they mean anything by it.
All right. But he would like to actually do a forensic acumen, if you don't mind. If
I do not mind.
the bodies in particular, to see if the fire happened just in the nursery, or did it come from the children themselves, or maybe a better idea of what the children were. So I'd like to use a medicine to kind of study that.
Alrighty, go ahead.
Oof, that's a rough roll.
So you don't owe your soul to Alex?
Not anymore. 10 total.
10 total. Won't get you much, but you can tell because you are pretty trained in medicine. I'll give you that much. The nature of the fire itself, you can go ahead and roll me a perception on. I will give you a sort of second chance by rolling a perception instead. The medicine, it's impossible to tell the race of the children based on their skeletons, or their incinerated bodies more so.
That's fair. All right. It is much better at a 17.
Okay, and you can tell that the fire did not come from the children. You can tell that the fire came from a, what is it called? When it's like flammable substance, I guess you could say, was poured.
An accelerant.
Yes, an accelerant. Perfect, thank you. When that was poured all along the nursery. You can tell that some of it was poured on the children themselves.
He seems to exhale like very solemnly. Shame.
These poor children held no chance.
It would appear that the children were indeed... Well, the fire didn't come from them, at least. Thank you for sating my curiosity.
I believe there's a saying that goes somewhere along the lines of it killing you, but with satisfaction being the miracle cure. We've lost nothing but a couple minutes. Door creak immediately, like, oh god.
Let us get out and so this place doesn't come down.
Alrighty. So, you guys head out of the place, having an unexpected companionship, I guess. But you are welcome to do as you wish, whether that's part ways or stick together a little bit. Anyone else? As well?
Just as Desdemona is falling asleep, the words of the woman are just kind of playing on repeat in her head. And if possible, I would like to make a esoteric lore check, just to determine the what's the word? Determining the determine the kind of curse that's placed upon, as far as she currently knows herself, but um, esoteric lore is geared specifically towards like curses and haunts and stuff like that. So, um, make that
Okay.
roll.
I will allow you to roll. I'm reading up a little bit on
Okay.
that just to make sure that it would work. But yeah,
All right.
go ahead, roll.
No, it's not good. However, let me. So it is a
They can't all
total
be
of
winners.
yeah, but well, it is a total of 12. Um, so if that is in fact a fail, as a thaumaturge, I have a feat called dubious knowledge, which means that even if I fail, as long as I have not critically failed, I learn a bit of true knowledge and a bit of false knowledge, and you don't have to tell me which one is true and which one is false.
Oh, devious knowledge is pretty good.
But so as long as that's not a critical fail, I still get a little knowledge.
All right. The weight on you means that there is something, obviously something going on. You think it's possibly something, something like a sort of intense, just anxiety, possibly, that watching someone's family die is quite a heavy burden to bear, and it might just be that. Or it could be a crazy curse that, might kill people. Could be one of the two. You don't know.
Wonderful. Desdemona does not do well with this knowledge and struggles to sleep for quite a while, and probably eventually does, but it's a very, very light sleep prepared to respond to anything that may be waking her up.
So, what about Grak and you, Chris? I don't know your character's name.
Yeah. So, I guess this is gonna happen immediately after the woman gets dragged out. She was kind of dragged towards the direction that Grack and I were. We had like a small camp set up outside town, just like a tent, very simple. We started to approach when the commotion was happening, but we stayed back. And after like the kerfuffle happened, she's gone. Like a bit after, my character's going to look over at Grack. Hold on, I gotta practice the accent.
Honestly?
He's gonna look at Kim's character. Oh, sorry. Look over. Oh, why didn't you go in?
I don't know. I wanted to, and I just froze.
So, well, I really thought that would be the one you ran into. Why'd you freeze?
It reminded me of the bandits from a bit ago.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. If you ever want to take action, that was the time to. That's exactly how your dad died. That's exactly how my family died. I was waiting for you to charge in.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
It's alright. How you feeling?
feel out of it, not gonna lie.
Feel a little shame? You feel a little bit of that weight on your shoulders?
Yeah, a little bit.
You get used to it. It's gonna hurt for a long time.
Yeah, it definitely feels
Hey.
weird.
I think so. I'm sorry, I forgot the investigator, the two investigators' names, or maybe one's a gunslinger. I don't care. Whoever was investigating the house. Uh, did you like exit back towards like the main road, or like where did you guys go after you exited the house?
Probably out the front again, I imagine.
Likely.
Okay. Well, see them up ahead? It's like a couple of looters. Didn't even wait. Just went right to their house. Nobody has respect for us here. That's why
I
we
think my
gotta
character.
You're fine.
I think my character just like shakes his head and like looks a little bit angry about it.
You do notice that one of the two is an otherkin like yourselves.
Would we be able to distinguish that it's another kid and not just a child or a short person?
Yes. if you have eyes on them, it's kind of easy to tell as he is a older
Sure,
man.
proportions are just older.
Yeah,
The proportions are just...
he's a 40.
And they do pause for a moment after they leave the house, if only because Mal does stop to clean the soot off. No boot checks.
Well, kid, we got a chance to make up for it. Every little good we put in this world, we can fight evil with it. What do you say?
I agree.
Alright. Kid, or Grack and I are going to, like, approach slowly, sticking to the shadows, like, the edges of... I'm guessing this is like a street with, like, buildings lining either side. That's at least the way I'm picturing it. We're gonna stick towards the building sides, far from people, sticking to the shadows.
Since it is night, there's no one else really out and about, especially after what just happened. So, sticking to the shadows, you're going to need to roll a stealth, both of you. Or you can roll one together, but I'd recommend rolling them separately. Or, yeah, that's what I'm gonna say.
Ooh, sheesh!
And it's just a D20, right? It's just D20, right? Because I'm still learning.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
That's an 8.
Got an 18. I got 18 total.
So funny enough.
I guess I'm wearing heavy armor, so I'm clanking around.
Yeah, it said
pretty loud.
18 as well for perception if we're rolling that. I don't know.
No, ours is a DC they have to hit.
Oh,
So
okay.
one of you hit my DC, the other one critically failed.
Is it the class DC on Path Builder that's above perception?
Oh no, it'll be your perception DC. So you'll take your perception score and just add it to a 10.
Oh, okay. 15. So one of you gets got.
Yeah, easy. That's so funny. But, so you see these two slinking around, because when you see one, it becomes so much easier to see the other one since they're sticking together. And, they are sneaking towards you, after all. One going clank, 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 and the other one, like, kind of, like, coming in and out of view.
Mel walks just a bit faster as they're headed, and the shifts slightly the angle they're walking on to rest a hand on the pistol. which is still unlatched.
Davdak, they're not necessarily in vision immediately, but like the sound of like the the metal clanking, just like, oh, I know, no need to be stealing the pots and pans from people's kitchens.
I assume we're like kind of far away. I don't know if I would hear that necessarily, because we were like starting at the edge of town, towards the edge of town.
You guys were walking
Nick
towards
turned.
each other, so I think by the time that they're able to see you, you're able to hear them.
Once the taller of the two puts their hand down by their hip and walks more briskly, I would turn to Grak and say, "They saw
Oh,
us."
if we're walking towards each other, I do not walk faster.
Oh,
I actually slow marginally.
slow, yeah.
I thought they were trying to like creep up behind us.
Nah, you guys are coming from opposite sides of town. It's a little hard to get that without obviously Davdak seeing.
That's fair.
One of
Yeah,
you
clearly the
says,
best way is
quick, start sprinting.
Yeah, assert your dominance by full charging at people trying to mug you in the alleyways.
I should put it that Grak has hidden from my perception because you matched the DC, so you beat it. The only one that I would have sensed would, of course.
Well, Gray said because they're right next to each other, if we saw one, then we're able to pinpoint the other because it's easier.
That's fair.
Like I said, they just come in and out of your view because they're a lot better at being stealthy. But when you look at the clank, you see like the cloak of another person and you're like, oh, there's someone else there. If it was a critical success, that would be a different story.
That's fair. But yeah, that's how he talks over to you.
You don't really see my character's armor because they're wearing like a cloak over top. You see half of his face is covered by like a bandana, just the lower half.
Okay. Bandits.
And he's just gonna walk from the shadows towards the middle of the road, like intersect, like directly between you and the exit of town. And he's gonna look over it to Grak and just like gesture with his right arm, like, "Come on, come on."
I think I'm gonna pull out my little sword thingy, my rapier is what it's called. And I'm not gonna do anything with it, but I'm just gonna like hold it.
Oh, but if you pull a weapon, then immediately there's like a pistol out of its sheath, but not pointed directly at either of you. It is pointed towards the ground in between the two, though they do seem to take a quick step back to like fall into a firing position.
Fair.
I really don't have enough on my person to get mugged right now. If you two want to go check out the display, you're welcome to.
Yeah, no need for weapons or anything like that. He kind of like raises his hand. He's not currently equipped with a weapon.
I'm going to look over at Grak and just kind of like, with my head turned to the right, kind of like nod in the direction of the two people and just kind of give like an expectant like half smile. You can't really see my mouth, but he's just gonna like nod over to them and like raise his eyebrows, just expectantly for you, like kind of insinuating, well, what are you gonna say?
I think my character's just gonna kind of like glare at them for like a few seconds and like take a moment to read their like body language and everything. And just kind of untense because I was ready to go down. And I think I'm just gonna put my rapier back in its little sheath thing.
You definitely hear a sigh of relief from him. next to you.
Why don't you bandage? Just go put back what you stole. She wasn't even gone for 5 minutes before you started looting that place.
There's really not a lot to loot, considering it's been burnt.
So if you turned out your pockets, we wouldn't see anything?
You wouldn't know what's mine and what would potentially be stolen, and I would not give you my things regardless. You are currently
wouldn't?
creeping out of the darkness after a woman got exiled.
Then, just so that everybody's aware, there was no stealing to be had at this time. We were simply investigating some of the house. More out of curiosity than not.
What's the Pathfinder equivalent to an insight check? If there's
Perception,
one.
actually.
I'm gonna roll that. Stanky. 17. How believable are you? I got a 17. In like an insight check. In air quotes.
Fair.
I'm assuming Pathfinder's equivalents are diplomacy and deception.
Yeah. So if we were lying, the DC would be against your deception DC, and then if we're not, it would be against your diplomacy DC.
I 100% don't believe the taller person in this situation. They're like responded to an accusation with like, well, you're shady too. And so I immediately don't believe them and think they looted. I'm kind of just doing the insight check on the person who I can easily identify as another folk.
That's fair. And
Other kin.
it would be either one of those DCs in either case. He doesn't believe that they stole anything.
Oh, then what were you doing in there?
He just said we were investigating the blaze.
There was some crying earlier that, and with them calling for their babies, I just wanted to see if everything was on the up and up. I can tell you that now that we've verified that the source of the fire wasn't the children, but the fire that was started in the nursery.
This seems like a weird thing to do, you know. Watching someone get exiled, hearing about their kids dying, the first thing you do is go inside the building, walk around, loot around, come back out. Seems a little weird.
Checking to see if the children are dead or not.
I'm a doctor by trade. Also
And
there.
you are a bandit by trade, I'm guessing. Pointing to the tall person.
They open their mouth and just kind of like stop, tilting their head for a moment, looking like legitimately kind of confused. And then, I'm sorry, who are you people?
I'm me. That's them. And you're you. Now, what did you find if you were both investigating? You just found corpses? You didn't find anything else?
Well, we did find that there is indeed a kind of witch's room or place of brewing. I'm not as familiar with things when it comes to alchemical endeavors.
And a bunch of burnt furniture and some skeletons.
So his witch's room was completely intact?
You are welcome to investigate yourself. If you were worried we missed anything, as they like lift their hands and do like air quotes around missed anything, but they look kind of tired when they do it.
I'm gonna turn to Greg, and I'm inclined to trust the little one, but that human, I don't believe anything comes from their mouth. I don't know if they're deceiving that little one or what. It wouldn't turn out. I know they got something they stole from in there. I'm gonna try to say this quietly so you can't hear from across the.
That's fair. I believe that.
And can you
would
repeat
be-
it one more time? My audio like cut out for half of it, so I didn't hear what
No.
you said. Please.
I'm inclined to believe the little one. I'm not inclined to believe the human. I don't trust a word they say. I don't know if they're deceiving the little one or what, but they wouldn't turn out their pockets. I know they got something they stole from in there.
And I think I'm gonna like slowly nod. And like
So, are you a witch? I'm gonna yell at the tall one. Not yell, but
You are smart
No.
enough not to yell that word right now.
I'm not yelling it. I'm just saying it.
I know, I'm just letting you know.
Immediately, though, goes Ramrod tense, and I would really lower your voice if you're going to be saying that to people.
Oh, I'm just thinking if you're not a witch, you wouldn't have anything witch-like on your person. So,
What? I still don't want to
I don't
turn
know.
my
If you
pockets out to some person in the darkness, telling me to, like, empty my pockets? I'm not getting stolen
I'll stay
from.
back here. You've got a pistol. You can shoot me. I don't care. If you turned out your pockets and I found you had a bunch of, I don't know what do witches have? Hats? If you had a bunch of witches' hats. Oh, sorry. Get a bunch of pointy
Just out of
hats.
curiosity, I apologize for interrupting. Is all of this going on within earshot of where
Yeah, you two
Desmond
are, like,
and Hazel
camping
are?
nearby.
Yeah, like we're like attempting
We're
to
just
sleep.
cuddling under the blanket, just like
Yeah.
listening, sharing
Yeah,
a
it's, like,
popcorn
starting
bowl.
to get louder, too. It's like,
Yeah, like is
like,
this?
can
is
you
this
not
the
accuse me
world
of being a
hearing?
witch right now?
Yeah, that's like exactly it. And both
Okay.
Desdemona and Hazel know just how dangerous this conversation is getting.
Yeah.
Thatcher's leaving in the middle of the night. He has all his stuff, and he overhears this conversation as it starts to get more heated.
I thought you were gonna say he opens his door and just, like, walks out onto his front porch and they're just standing right in front.
Yeah, no, I think that's funnier. I think that should absolutely be what happens.
Sure,
We're
yeah,
just
like I'm
having
like
this, like,
sneaking out my.
conversation. There's immediately
Yeah,
a
like-
pistol towards you. It's
Well,
like,
I think it'd be even more funny if like I was sneaking out my window, so like, but you guys are like right where my window is, so like I'm like climbing out of my window and didn't even notice you guys until I like turned around.
kind of glances at the two people that they've been interacting with as the person slips out the window.
my God, we're all gonna get executed.
Would that be a friend of yours?
He is human.
Ah,
No,
probably
I'm
not
not
then.
from here.
S-
Oh, looks at you, realizing you were asking the other two.
That was also fair. He probably didn't register they were human until they actually fully turned around. But it's just like, now this conversation is getting particularly dangerous. I would, and as we don't particularly know each other, I would like to at least get some names so that we're on maybe a bit more familiar footing. My name is Davdak.
The human just tilts their head towards him a moment, sighs, drops the pistol from not pointing at the other human, but still, again, kind of like pointed towards the ground in between everybody, and just Mal.
Yeah, everyone's just introducing themselves
Yeah.
right in front of this guy.
Welcome to the party. You're a part of it now, it looks like. Meaning the other type of party, but haha. Wink, 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 wink.
Ha ha ha! Wink, 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 wink.
Falls out a window.
Thatcher just looks completely like shook. Like he's doing something like on impulse, and he just looks starry-eyed, and he goes, "Well, nice to meet you. I assume, or I like he doesn't know what to say, so he just like rambling."
Name.
I think as Thatcher like falls out of the window, I'm assuming is what happened. I'm just gonna have like my hand wavering near my rapier again. Know that there's more people.
Yeah, Thatcher kind of like dusts himself off, and he goes, the name's Thatcher Hugh Montgomery, at your service."
Little taken aback that he got that much respect, but it's like, well, he kind of looks to the other two.
I think I'm just gonna like look everyone up and down and just like say Grack just very quickly and like stare them down a little bit.
By the way, at this point, Desdemona and Hazel, you can absolutely join in this weird little introduction circle.
We were feeling left out. Hey, everybody.
I had a bit of a plan for if this gets back to yelling, but I'll give it a moment unless Hazel wants to jump in.
To those who are otherkin, when you saw Thatcher, could you give me like a brief description of how you first reacted to him, because he's very sensitive to these kind of things?
Fair enough. I think it was a little bit of like thinking that you were trying to sneak up on them like the other two were trying to, and then realize like there's just like a sudden realization that, oh, that's not the case. Actually, if you'd give a description of your character, that would probably help a little bit more too.
I don't know if you guys have seen, because I have him posted on Quest Portal, or yeah, Quest Portal. That's exactly what he looks like facial wise, but in terms of like his clothes, he has like a long coat, so that brown thing on him is like a long coat. He has brown leather gloves, button-up shirt that's tucked into some brown pants, leather belt, and his boots are like a darker shade of brown, and they have black straps on them. Yeah, and he's very much a young kid, about maybe like around 16, 17.
Okay. Well, in particular, he seems to be a little surprised when you address him with like as much respect as you did, but it's like it's kind of like a kind of moment. But I guess I could describe him as well. So Davdak is a much older halfling. Still not particularly tall by any standards, but an older man. Actually, in particularly, if I don't know if you all would know this, but typically halflings don't have pointed ears, and if you do take any closer inspection whatsoever, you can actually see that his ears have been sheared to be pointed. Probably from an old wound, as it seems to have healed over. Overall, he's not particularly wearing much. He's wearing kind of like just like an undershirt and some pants with shoes, and then like tools are kind of strapped to the front of him. Mostly medical in nature.
We're just all describing ourselves now? Is that what we're
Yeah.
doing? Okay. And so, even though the picture on Quest Portal looks like a black cat, I'm essentially kind of look like Puss in Boots, but just stretched
love
out.
that.
Yeah,
But full human sized.
yeah.
Any
But
any other clothing besides boots and a cape?
I have like studded leather on, and I have just like a backpack full of various things. And I have the rapier on my right side.
Oh, by the way, if you click on Quest Portal on the right-hand side, you can see people's sheets, and you can see, unfortunately, you can see backstory. By the way, Desdemona, I love your backstory. But you can see the photos that they're talking about, or like any pictures that they have as reference to their characters.
You said we can see each other's backstories, like, and I looked briefly, not on purpose, but just like looking at people's characters, and I just happened to click, and I just saw killed a guy one time, and I was like, oh.
I mean, come on, who hasn't killed a guy one time?
And the
Shifty guys.
backstory of woke up one day and the world sucked.
I mean, to be fair, the world, like the backstory for the setting is everybody woke up one day and both their worlds sucked because they had become one.
Yeah. I was gonna say I don't think Thatcher's ever killed anybody, but definitely the world sucked when he woke up from being a baby.
So I just love magic idiot as a description.
Yeah, these are so much fun. I love looking at these. Anywho. I think we need a description from me and Hazel.
And Mal.
And Mal. Sorry.
Well,
Anybody.
I'll go next.
Me's not my name. It's just what I have here as a whole placeholder.
Well, you did just say when asked who you were, say, I'm me.
Yeah.
There's him and you're you.
Yeah, but that's a pronoun. And that's you. But, like, you know, Grak's name isn't you. Think about it, you know? Alright.
I think Mal was gonna speak first, so let Mal go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You weren't fast enough.
The other human of this cavalcade of idiots has very dark brunette hair and dark brown hair or eyes that, in this lighting especially, just look black. His posture is noticeably curled in some. He's not standing at his full height, and so the curl of his shoulders makes him look less intimidating. Not that he looks like he could possibly look intimidating, considering he is a curly, ruffled-haired human that looks more like a kicked dog. His clothes are clearly weathered, especially the hems. The soles of the shoes are scuffed even up to the sides of the toes and the heels. They look fairly androgynous, minus a little bit of shadow to the face. And besides wielding a pistol, have a leather satchel that is tossed over one shoulder across their chest. You can see a couple papers and a bit of fabric poking out. There's lots of scars and calluses all over their hands, but are relatively fine-fingered and very lithe themselves. There's not really a lot of muscle to the man. And on underneath kind of the coat, you can see another weapon is in fact sheathed. Though it does not appear to be a gun. It is a bit too, oblong and strangely shaped and behind their back to really tell what it is.
Vale, I love all your descriptions.
Enjoy my wet dog.
I love your wet dog.
Wet dog of a man.
I also believe wet-kicked dog.
Yeah, sorry, wet kicked dog. Does have the like shadows under the eyes, looks kind of tired. And I mean, at the moment, a little nervous.
He needs
Seems to like keep his back towards Davdek, surprisingly, I suppose, for a human and an otherkin. And just keeps popping eyes between all of the rest of you. They never seem to settle somewhere for long unless the gun is trained on somebody. And I'll have art of them eventually. It's in the works.
I know. I love it.
Baton pass.
Alright, yeah, baton pass. Now you can describe your character, Chris. If you take too long, you can't yell baton.
Character's a character. You can't really see much of my character because they're wearing like a pretty like beefy cloak that like their figure, they're out like the shape of their character looks like pretty fucking huge because this cloak is covering like a lot of like kind of stuff. You will notice he's kind of tilted to the left. In his like overall gait, he kind of has a limp when walking on his left leg. And he's like spine or like whatever. You can just kind of see him constantly leaning over towards the left. What you can see is he's got like a gray bandana like covering his mouth. He's got the left side of his face around his eyes and like basically going from his eye down his cheek back towards his temple. He's got just scarred face, like it's just all one giant puffy icky scar. He's got gray hair, very short, buzz cut. You can see from his right eye, he's got crow's feet, wrinkles. He looks to be just old and tired. You can't really see what's on his person, but yeah, I don't know. I don't remember are we just describing it, or are we describing what people are seeing at this very moment in time? I'm sorry.
Just seeing.
Yeah, it's up to you.
That's it.
Oh, I guess I did forget. The pistol does have a like weird section to it. It appears to have like multiple magazines and only one, like on a slide. It's just noticeable. I figured I forgot it. Continue.
Alright, Hazel.
That's it for me.
Describe your character.
I have a hero forged picture of them in character art.
I don't care, describe it.
Oh, okay.
Is Hazel or Desdemona even part of the current scene?
Oh yeah, huh.
Like, we haven't really entered yet.
That's fair.
Yeah, we're still kind of observing.
Keep back, but think about your character and how you're going to describe them.
Okay.
Anyways, back to what we were doing. Thatcher looked very carefully at people's reactions to his appearance. You know. Did anyone have any sort of reaction that wasn't surprised at first? Because, I mean, anyone would be surprised when a boy fell out the window.
Yeah, it's mostly just surprise and pulling a gun on you. Sorry about that.
Oh, the second you pulled a gun, he would have like pulled his gun too. Like, you know how in westerns when like they just both have it out.
Aren't you like midway through a window though? Like that's
Yeah, I
like a
would've-
good way to get shot
I
by the
would've,
person
like-
who already has the gun out.
Oh, you already had your gun out. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, the gun was already
I mean-
out. It just swiveled to you when you suddenly
Ah.
like opened a window.
See, I thought you pulled it out sleight of hand style, and I was gonna do the same thing. But if you already had it out, he would have had his hands up, like, okay, hold on.
Yeah, and then when Davdak was like, okay, why don't we all chill? They lowered it again.
And then I believe Thatcher had just given their name, and I believe it was being also
I think we're just missing not me's name
yeah.
at the group.
You're not gonna get a name.
I'm being the one called suspicious.
I like his name being just me.
All right. Well, that being said, I don't think, or at least I'm hoping, kind of eyeing the two that ran at them. Anybody's particularly been stealing anything. So maybe we can just put all the weapons away. All right.
I mean, the only person with a weapon here is this one. Pointing at the human. And you expect me to believe a human went inside to look after a witch and their other kin killed her. It seems. And he's gonna start sniffing the air. Oh, that's like bullshit. That's what I smell. Seems like some bullshit. And then, yeah, that's it.
I guess correction was they were investigating the witch's cellar, more or less, and I was the one that dragged them upstairs to investigate the children.
We're also not companions, acquaintances. Just met.
About 15 minutes or so ago.
No offense, it's been nice enough.
Same, actually.
Thatcher's gonna like not lick his lips, but kind of like clear his throat, and he's gonna go. Y'all went and checked on them little ones. I know it's not likely, but did any of them make
No.
it?
They did.
A very grim look comes over his face. I'm sad to say that all three of the children have passed.
And
Yeah, this-
I'm fairly certain that their ghosts are currently cursing all of us.
Oh, yeah, I kind of feel that way too. Kind of a tragic way to put it.
Oh, no, I mean quite literally.
There,
He's
You see-
gonna be like, wait, what?
there's
Yeah, the
a mirror in there that showed that there were children sitting on our shoulder, actually.
Thatcher's like the color from his face is kind of gonna drain just a smidge.
Please don't
He's
pass
gonna-
out.
He's gonna go, ah, right, what, well then, what do you suppose we do about that?
By the way, the wait what was in character, so you just heard a random wait what.
Yeah.
Followed by, Hazel, shut up!
Kind of moves towards the direction of Salem.
I think I'm also gonna like side eye towards the direction.
Fucking tenses again and just. Oh, I'm so tired of this. It takes like a step or two back. And
You're
just
gonna
still lingering behind Davdak though.
now my gun is pulled and towards the direction I heard the voice.
But probably with
Desdemona.
much less accuracy.
I
You
think I'm
just see
still
two
gonna be.
people cuddled under a blanket, basically, like under a tree
Yeah,
right
like-
next to you.
Just like maybe like 10 feet away in the little bit of like underbrush and trees. There's a larger tree with two people just kind of cuddled up, watching.
Like peeking out from under the blankets, like you're hiding that you're on your Game Boy in the middle of the night from Dad.
Yeah. That's how they eluded your detection this entire time. They were just like, if we don't move, they won't see us.
Fucking T-Rex tactics.
So the torch just comes over, and Dabdeck's just like, holy hell, he nearly gave me a heart attack there. Sorry for disturbing your sleep.
Desdemona's gonna slowly like stick her hands out from underneath the blanket and get up. We weren't meaning to eavesdrop or anything. Y'all are just being pretty loud out in the middle of the street. We don't mean any more harm than anybody else in the town does. Anybody who's looking is seeing currently not wearing the exact outfit that is in or on the token isn't quite accurate, but not wearing the hat, hair kind of down just around the shoulders, black, very dark hair, pale blue skin being illuminated by any torchlight that's around, and eyes that are catching the torchlight and reflecting it back, almost like if you channel light into a dog's eyes or a cat, how it focuses and returns it. Just kind of standing there wearing like regular like sleep clothes, like not ready for anything, just kind of standing there. We mean no harm. Just here.
Hazel,
Might as well be happening.
And Hazel, your character?
Like describing. There's a tall-ish, tall woman who has half their head shaved and the other half is kind of like long and flowing down to their chin. They are wearing kind of like patchwork leather armor, almost as if it was sewn together by them, and a cloak that has like a fur around the collar and shoulder. They have like war paint over their eyes, and it's not shown in the picture, but they're also wearing gloves. And that's Hazel.
I also did fail to mention that Desdemona is also quite tall. Like, possibly unnervingly so.
I'm gonna say I don't think I said Thatcher's height. He's like 5'7", 5'8", smaller boy.
He's small.
Yeah, I
He's
don't think I
fucking
said
tall.
mine either. It's probably just about average height.
Okay, give me a number, please.
Yeah, I don't know what average height is for like males.
Average height for males is about 5'9", 5'10", right around there.
That works. 5'9".
Davdak is a monstrous 3 feet tall.
Oh
Hell
my
yeah.
god, I can't believe my character is like trying to like half hide behind you. But they are absolutely doing that.
This whole time you're just like crouched on your knees.
No, just acts as if there was somebody bigger next to them the whole time.
Oh, love that.
The the two other kin that just joined, did either one of you give us humans a look of any sort?
They've been given more than a look towards B.
He's looking, he's looking for any racism.
Hazel appears to be human too.
And Desdemona looks like generally nervous at the fact that they just kind of got caught sitting, like, I guess what would the word be? Like loitering, I guess. That's not really the right word, but that they were just caught kind of camping in the middle of town. But aside from that, there's no specific like inclination towards being offended by your presence in particular.
With all that, like you see, kind of Thatcher kind of like relax just a tiny smidge, even though the situation's kind of tense.
During all this tension, you guys suddenly hear a door swing open. And you hear, "Boy, what do you think you're..." Oh my god.
Uncle Cole?
Now what you doing out here with all these folk?
I heard a noise coming from outside my window. Ain't that right?
Yeah, I don't think I should be the one that responds, actually. Never mind.
Apologies. Didn't mean to wake anybody up, but there was some concerns that witch might come back, so we were keeping an eye out, and it looks like we spooked some folks. Kind of gestures over at Thatcher. The gun lowers entirely, the other hand like up, palm towards them.
He tilts his head back a little bit, looking down at all of you standing on his, he's standing on his porch. And he says, he goes, "Any reason you're, you got a pack, boy?"
Thatcher looks over, and he goes, "You see, Uncle, I got some of my stuff just in case if I needed to take care of these other kin. Ain't that right?"
For anyone hearing, you guys can roll, or no, you don't even need to roll. He was just kind of like out here, just chatting with you guys. Didn't seem too worried about the other kid. Well, kind of.
There's a very obvious tonal shift, basically.
Yeah. He goes and he says, "Well, I think it's about time I go inside and get my gun." He says, looking at all of you otherkin.
We'll be out of your hair in no time at all. There's no need for that, sir. We will all be entirely out of your hair in a matter of moments. Apologize for the ruckus. And Desdemona is like, as she's saying this, she's like very obviously like reaching down to like pick up her stuff, but making it very clear she's not like going for a weapon. She's just picking up and like
says,
slowly putting
"You
on a
got
patch.
till I find my gun. And Thatcher, I better see you inside." And he quickly goes inside and slams his door.
Before he leaves, Thatcher's gonna panic and he's going to actually cast Daze on Uncle Cole.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh goodness.
I believe that's a will save on Uncle Cole's end.
Alrighty. I was just looking that up real quick. Well, Uncle Cole rolled an 8. I do believe that does not pass your number.
What
number am I looking at?
It'll be your spell DC.
Oh yeah, that's gonna. I believe that's Hold on, let me check my character sheet. I believe that's a 17. That's what it's showing me.
Ooh, almost a critical failure.
Almost.
But yeah, he is he failed.
Oh, now he is stunned 1, I believe.
If he had critically failed, yes, but he does take damage equal to your spellcasting ability modifier. So that would be your what kind of caster are you?
I'm a sorcerer.
So it'd be your charisma.
Ah, so he just takes that raw damage, or I don't roll anything?
Yeah, it's just raw, whatever it is, mental damage.
+4, so 4 damage.
Kills
It
the
also
little
says
peasant.
that it's non-lethal in the spell
Okay,
thing.
there
So
you go.
I'm not trying to kill Uncle Cole. I'm just trying to make him not move.
So, Uncle Cole passes out.
Oh goodness.
There's a hiss
Wait.
like intake breath. After you
How,
should leave. You should.
let's get out of here, y'all.
I would suggest the same, and Desdemona helps Hazel get stuff together and throws a coat on and a hat on and starts just booking it.
As we're booking it, Hazel's just like, we really picked the wrong town.
I agree. We should. I want to stop by the house real quick, the burn house, really, really fast, and running in that direction.
I have only arrived semi-recently, which I imagine a number of people have as well. Is there anywhere outside of town that I would know of that's a safe place to pack it in for a bit if I don't want to stay at an inn?
I would absolutely be able to tell you that because I live in this town. I grew up here.
Okay.
Well, shit. I mean, yeah, even if you're a human, I don't think you could get away with the whole witch thing. So,
It's time to get on out of town.
fucking,
Well, Thatcher's a unique case considering you just, bolted somebody. We have not been seen at the scene, but given everything else, I do believe all of the other kin should not be in town for when some guy wakes up.
yeah, he's like, oh fuck. He runs over to his tent to gather his just his supplies.
Do you have any light? Because Thatcher has a lantern-esque looking thing on his side, and he casts light into that, and it looks kind of like a torch or lantern light, I guess, in a disguise.
Remember
I-
rolling a stealth for that. So that people don't notice that it's actually spellcraft.
Oh, you want me to roll stealth?
Are you trying to make it not look like a spell, or is the actual just appearance not look like a spell?
He would be trying to cover it up as much as he can because I'm assuming in this world not a lot of humans are casters.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, he's kind of spooked, so he got an 8 for stealth.
You.
Takes a mental note of that.
Oh no.
Well, if you were running away, I'm assuming you had some bolt hole to head towards. They just look blandly at the pack between you and Uncle Cole.
Oh, we got a little time. There's a night train that comes through, and we could definitely hop on that and get out of here in the stealth of the night.
Getting on a train would have witnesses to getting tickets and what time we've left.
Oh,
Also, if there's a curse on all of us, the further we get away from town and the witch, the less likely we are to find a way to fix it.
Oh, I see what you mean. First off, this train isn't a passenger train. If you're catching what I'm saying, and we still have some time. Maybe we can look around before then.
I'm kind of curious. What are the other two doing?
I think I'm still like
the no-name hoe.
yeah. I think I'm just still staring at the situation because I'm not too fond of humans. So I'm just like staring intently at both of them, especially Thatcher during this whole situation.
Thatcher seems to be using magic, which gets humans killed, just like Otherkin.
Yeah, humans don't like that weird shit.
It's the devil.
It goes against everything in the Order of the Sinless One. Not to be confused with Christianity.
Not at all.
Okay. Well, in that case, I think as soon as I see, because we were able to see him cast the spell with the
Yeah,
lantern, right? Okay.
He did not stealth that at all. He just cast it in a hurry.
Okay. I think as soon as I see him do that, I'm gonna like not be as ready. Like I'm gonna rest my hand a little bit and not be ready to draw my little sword. Okay.
Mal is at this point while people are gathering shit and Thatcher's roughly trying to rustle everyone towards the railroad line. Is instead just watching for eyes and windows, any lights cutting on, basically anything that would we'd need to dive and hide away from.
You guys seem to be alright. It's just. Yeah, it was just Uncle Cole. Thankfully.
I also have a perception. What is it called? A cumin. So I think I am able to keep watch now that I'm like fully awake. I just
Makes sense.
All right.
So, how dark is it outside right now?
It's the
Quick question.
it's the middle of the night.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, as all of this is going on, Desdemona and I imagine Desdemona and Hazel have gotten over to the house.
Yep.
Just without a second of pause, Desdemona runs up to the like front porch area, and is there's like a, or is there a like on the front porch like a railing?
There was.
Is there like any like burnt charred chunks of like railing pillar left? Just like a halfway decent chunk of wood, like small but like not totally burned.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it still attached, or could Desdemona just grab it?
You could grab it and pull easily because the rest of the thing is like charred.
Alright, then yeah, she just kind of runs up to that, grabs it, like puts her boot up against the base of the thing and yanks it off, and then turns to Hazel, alright, now let's go.
Steals a part of the house, runs. Who's the looter now? But they just stole railing.
Dabdak pretty much like all strapped into what he has and everything. Finally has a weapon on his hip. If anybody pays attention to it, it's a set of shears.
Nice. Very intimidating.
So
I'll be right back.
Everyone's got their things. And everyone's thoroughly panicked.
Should we maybe take a like halftime break?
Sounds good to me. Is everyone up for that? Go take a quick break, get some food, maybe go take a potty break.
Sure.
Alrighty. You got 5-10 minutes whenever everyone's back and ready to go. We'll return. Until then, we'll be right
Oh
back.
boy.
Yeah, we can shift back out of it and head back to the game rather than like catching people into the middle of our conversation.
Yeah.
Also, I
The-
love how my character just has pride flags every time I talk.
Hell yeah. The one thing I was gonna say though is that if you do have Amazon Prime Video, there is the animated series for the
And
first
it's
campaign. It's great. It's real
I
good.
have Amazon Prime, so
Go watch
It's-
the animated
It's real
then.
good.
It's so great.
so post it in general chat, please and thank you, because I'm 100% have already forgotten.
I can do that.
Also, Gray, I keep trying to do the hydrate one, but it won't let me, so hydrate.
I did.
Oh, here,
actually.
I got you.
Good,
I
good.
just did.
I got you. I'll do it again.
Apparently, I'm only allowed to hydrate Gray once a stream. That's messed up.
Oh, all
was it once
rewards
a
claimed for
stream?
all
Yeah.
rewards claimed for this stream.
For the stream? Wild.
Yeah.
I thought I had it like on a 10-minute cooldown or like a 5-minute cooldown or a cooldown, not.
Oh, I did a
not once
posture check.
stream.
That's why, because it's one per stream.
Yeah, apparently you can only drink water once. And never again.
Wild.
Stop hydrating. Dehydrate. Join me in eating an
Dehydrate.
ungodly amount of sunflower seeds.
Oh, have you ever had like sunflower seeds that are covered in like pickle seasoning?
I would never disgrace sunflower seeds by consuming them in any way other than what God intended. I am God.
Excuse me? Dill pickle
salty.
flavored sunflower seeds were the best thing.
I am a proponent of original flavor of pretty much everything.
Eh.
I do love
Dill
the
pickle
jalapenos.
chips are also S tier. I will die on that hill.
Anything pickle flavored needs to go away.
Pickles are
no,
perfect.
you're
Sunflower
wrong.
seeds are perfect. They don't need to get in each other's lanes, you know? They can coexist.
Mm.
Valid.
About 5 feet apart.
I'm a
But, like,
proprietor
they
of
need to
the
stay apart.
jalapeno sunflower seeds.
Oh my
Shut the
gosh.
hell up.
Shut up, Gavin.
But we are currently being ran out of town.
Yeah, that's fair. How long does
Well,
it
we're
take
being
someone to wake
implied
up,
out
by
of
the way?
town rather than ran.
So, are we in the middle of town? Like smack dab middle?
Yep.
'Kay.
You're right outside Thatcher's house.
Okay, cool. I didn't know if it was like towards one end of town. I just wanted to be sure.
You're plumb dab in the middle of town.
Everybody grabs their shit and starts making for the railroad.
Cool.
You
Are
yeehaw.
we-
I almost said you-ha.
You
Hey, you! That person
Listen.
without the name.
That's a thing. That's a thing in this world. It's Yuha. Yuha.
Man, I could really go for a U-Haul right now.
That's a good question. Was U-Haul invented yet?
I was going with Yoo-Hoo.
You-ha. I love it. Anyways, yeah. The freaking yep. So you guys are Desdemona rips off a piece of the house and runs. Hazel follows. Grack and No Name Ho are big chillin', I guess. Mal and Dabdak, what are you guys doing? You guys heading to the railroad with Thatcher, or you just what's going on?
These people are fucking weird.
Yep.
I would say that Desdemona and presumably Hazel, if they're following, would come back up to the group and be like, "Do y'all have any plans on where you're headed? Because any of you know."
Like I said, I grew up around here, so I know where to go. If you all need refuge.
I know I certainly do. If you would lead the way, that would be wonderful.
Can do.
Well, lead then. Let's. And she just kind of gestures around, like, "Go! We need to leave."
Oh. Um in chat?
Yes.
All right. So Thatcher has a little halfway place. It's a little creepy, but Thatcher has it. It's a church in the middle of the slightly forested area. It's his little home away from home where he goes and kind of keeps himself busy, I guess. He likes, yeah,
Practices heresy.
he practices his heresy.
Actually, I don't. I that's probably the first time I've used magic in who knows how long.
His magic wells are all backed up.
Great.
Yeah?
While we're walking there, is there a way for Hazel to like hang back out of earshot from everyone for a second?
I feel like that's doable if everyone's walking towards the same place.
Do I
Grak and
see?
No Name Ho. Are you guys going with everyone?
Yeah. I'm assuming we're heading in the direction of where No Name Ho and I were staying outside town, or are we heading the complete opposite direction?
You're going a similar direction,
Okay.
but you guys are headed towards the railroad, so like you guys have to head out of town and make a like a left, because the
Okay.
railroad is like right over there.
Because I feel like once we're heading out of town, because we were sneaking and left our camp, I'm probably gonna go and like finish
Grab
packing
your
up
shit.
our yeah, and not leave it there, you know. And we're probably gonna follow suit like a little further behind, but not behind Hazel and all of them because they're holding back. I'm assuming is what's happening. So I'm gonna follow a little bit behind the group, and I'm assuming No Name Ho is gonna follow.
Chris? Did No Name Ho fall asleep?
I think he's doing homework right now, but I'm assuming his character would follow me.
Yeah.
Okay.
We add him.
He
Once
just
I
unmuted.
Okay.
I'll follow you anyway now.
Okay, cool.
I'm just gonna follow Grak forever for the
Okay.
rest of this session.
once I'm out of earshot, do I see my friend anywhere?
Yeah, you guys headed to the house together.
Oh, I meant like my friend.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no.
They're just always there?
Basically, sometimes they give you privacy, but like usually not.
Okay, out of earshot from everyone, I'm gonna ask, can you see them?
Yes.
On my shoulder.
Yes. There's
How old?
I'd say about 2, maybe 3.
They just let out a big sigh. And catch up with the group.
Desdemona realizes that Hazel has fallen behind and turns around and kind of waves. Come on, don't fall behind.
Sorry, I just dropped something.
It's alright, just stay close.
My shoe got untied.
And also, I think during this whole time while everyone's walking, I'm gonna just be like glaring at Thatcher and Mel. I'm not planning anything, I'm just gonna be glaring at them.
You would immediately notice, like he's very sensitive to those kind of things,
Okay.
and he kind of like looks over while we're running or walking or whatever we're doing, and he kind of gives you like the unsure like side smile into like a kind of sad look.
I think I'm just gonna kind of look at him and just continue. Like my intense stare, but like not really change anything about it.
One day you'll have to learn to trust them.
I know.
Even if that's not today, cries.
It's not today.
Even if it's not today, Thatcher sobs.
Not today, friendship.
Okay, yeah, we'll keep going.
So, just like Thatcher said, a train comes rolling by, but it's going pretty slow. I'd say a good jog pace. It's carrying quite a few containers. Some of y'all hear sheep. You hear just random things, and Thatcher would direct you towards a certain part of the train.
I am somewhat confused. I thought we were going towards a safe house.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. So like take the train to the safe house, not
Yeah.
like. Oh, okay. All right.
You hop
continue
on and then you hop off. It's a shortcut.
Mal follows along.
For the second time in the last week or so, Desdemona jumps on a moving train.
Yep.
Devdex sighs. Just like, fuck. 'Cause he's a lot shorter than everybody. He's gonna have to leap onto a train.
Yep.
For sure, Thatcher would make sure everybody got on, and if anybody struggled, he'd pull them up.
I won't make you guys roll in athletics.
Yeah. When
Like,
Mal
"Whoopsie,
jumps
that's
on,
the
they'll
train."
get a sturdy spot and hold down an arm. Help that.
Oh, thank you. He runs up and kind of latches on and tries to get up.
You guys are in a train, whatchamacallits, with a bunch of hay.
Oh. Gotta say, Boyo, you have the idea of the train and everything. I gotta say, you're in a situation where you should probably be better at hiding what you can do there.
Believe me, I've been hiding this for quite a while now. Not too many people take kindly to magic.
No, they do not.
I doubt that's something you need to tell anyone here.
He kind of looks over, and for a moment you can see in his eyes that he kind of forgot that you guys weren't human with him, or not human. Nobody's ever, at least not around these parts, have talked to me in such a way that you all have. Well, most of you, anyways.
Fucking Grax still staring fucking daggers.
Yeah. Just intently the whole time.
Oh, your uncle's gonna be all right, right?
Yeah, he'll be fine. Yeah, I'm sure he'll be fine. Ain't that right?
Depends what you did to him.
It certainly did look like he kind of just dropped dead.
You see, that just starts sweating bullets.
Do you
So-
know what you did to him?
I just kind of thought maybe I don't know how to explain it. I kind of just thought that maybe he should just stop moving, not drop dead, but maybe just stop moving, just enough for us to get away. I can't really say I know what exactly I did.
Then he
Well,
might be fine.
we can certainly hope that.
Maybe a broke nose from the fall. He should be fine. They give you a smile. It's a little reedy, given they're still, like, as far away from the two accusatory ones as possible. Again, it's crazy how Devdak is in the way.
He seems like a bigger wall than he actually is.
As a way to cut the tension, Thatcher quickly snaps to attention. Oh, it's right about here. I stole your
So
voice.
then are we just
I stole
jumping
his
off, or
voice.
is there going to be a stop?
Mal gets ready to have to jump.
All right.
The
then.
livestock car in the middle of the night's not gonna stop.
Oh, hell.
Can't help you this time.
Alright, he kind of like takes his pack and he positions it in front of his arms to take the brunt for him.
What do you mean? You could always put him in a bear hug and jump off.
No. I may be a lot taller than him, but I'm not much bigger. He's probably thicker around than I am.
Fair.
I was just gonna say that the train is slow moving, so it's not gonna be too much of a hassle trying to get off.
Yeah,
What?
it's more just for the flavor of it.
Well, I assume Gray's not going to kill us with like a 30 acrobatics or 30 difficulty acrobatics check, so.
Mal just jumps and rolls.
Desdemona looks to Hazel. You ready to go?
If you
They
guys would
nod.
like to roll acrobatics, feel free for the funnies in case you fail.
I was gonna ask actually if I could. I don't know if it was performance or acrobatics, but I want to be a little.
Oh, I did a perfectly neutral 10. Rolls. Ugh, plucks grass out of hair, shakes off a couple pebbles, stands up.
Dabdak jumps, like I said, his pack positioning to take the brunt of the blow. With a 17, kind of is just plops and then rolls over.
I don't know if I should do performance or not because I think my character is gonna be a little show-offy right now.
First, see if you make the
fearless.
acrobatics, then we'll add performance.
Okay. Because both mine are almost the same. I think. Okay. Oh. I got a 9 for acrobatics.
Okay,
no.
so maybe don't roll the performance.
Okay, yeah.
So you
Can-
go, and as you're like jumping off, you realize this train is moving slightly slower than you kind of realize. So you jump with a little bit too much force to try to keep up with the train, and you end up like having to land with like your feet like too tight, and so you like scoot, and then like as you're like trying to keep your balance, you just end up plopping down on your butt.
Cool.
I was gonna say I think Thatcher was too worried about everybody getting off the train that he didn't do very well himself. He got a natural 1.
Oh no.
It's
Gonna
dark.
feel
alright?
that in your ankle in the morning, huh?
He's too busy thinking about the weight on his shoulder, like the fact that it's weighing on him, but also that he's cursed. I think that's gonna hurt more.
Desdemona's going to do the exact opposite to what Davdak did and, like, turn around and face, like, inwards towards the train with her pack of things in front of her, because there's a lot of fragile stuff in there, and then, like, try to do a backwards roll to try to get off so that she doesn't land on all her stuff. And that for acrobatics is probably pretty good. Acrobatics is a 22.
Oh, fucking sweet. Yeah, you manage. You more than manage. You like do it with a little flourish while you're at it.
Do like
He's-
essentially the thing that people do when they're gonna dive off of the boat. where they just sit on the edge and then fall backwards, but she manages to do like a backwards like parkour roll to like spread out the impact.
Parkour.
Can Hazel show off a little?
What's your
Okay.
acrobatics?
22 as well.
Yep, if you wanted to roll a performance to, like, do a sweet little move,
Not
absolutely.
quite as good as that. Oh, doesn't matter. 23.
You are the flashiest fucking little shy person there is.
Man, I did something cool. Everybody looking. Huh, that was cool. Oh my god, there's so many eyes on me. Oh no.
That's pretty much what happens. They do it, and then they're just like, and go and stand behind Desdemona.
I think my character's gonna see that, kind of like get his feelings hurt.
Desdemona and Hazel basically like do a partially synchronized hero landing, and then
And I just like fucked it up.
I rolled for, No Name Ho, and I also got a nat 1.
boy,
Oh no.
So he's gonna jump out after you to try to help and like fall.
I was gonna say like trip over Thatcher, who's on the ground.
Yeah.
That deck is very quiet. Wasn't that karma?
Just so you all know, me and Gray are in the same room, so I try not to like have my mic on too often.
that makes sense.
Gotcha.
That's fair.
How dare you both not talk at the same exact time?
Yeah, I can't believe there's not a bunch of like mic crosstalk. That's really fucking rude of you.
Yeah, how dare you?
Then
Preserving the audio quality.
Allowing everyone to understand. The dastard ADs, these ones.
it was more like for when I'm laughing, because I've been laughing a lot, but nobody hears it, so.
Well, Desdemona's gonna come up to Thatcher on the ground and offer a hand. You, ready to keep on leading the way there?
As you go to pick him up, he looks like he's about to cry because you're holding out your hand to him. He grabs it and he goes, well, thank you for such kindness.
Desdemona just kind of gives him a little bit of a weird look, not mean, just like, that wasn't the reaction I was expecting, but she just kind of gives a shrug. Lead on, I guess.
He starts leading the group.
Just how heavily wooded is this area that we're being led through right now?
It was
fairly
mission
limited.
is sparsely.
Give me 1 second, I'll change what I see. Hi, sweet.
We
Now, I know she ain't the prettiest, but I promise there no ill will here. Just I don't really fit in with nobody nowhere, so I like to come out here and kind of just be myself.
well, fair enough. I've certainly slept in worse, so having a roof over my head for the night is, I'm not gonna say no. Desdemona heads towards the door.
Definitely an initial uncomfortableness that comes from Davdak, but it's just under his breath. It's like, all right, whatever. Starts heading in.
I'm assuming there's like a little place up on the roof for me to hang my lantern.
There is room for, you know, you can set your lantern down. This is an old dilapidated church, and there actually are like old places for like candles and lanterns and such, and you probably have brought some yourself over time, so you can always just light those too.
I was gonna say I can with my lantern that's lit up with light, I'm going to use my mage hand to put my lantern up, just so that the room is illuminated. Well, when I'm out here, I can use my magic, with nobody can see me, but I haven't been out here in a while.
Does anybody from town know about this place other than you?
No, not that I think. There's a reason why this church is abandoned out here.
The reason
I'd
is
certainly
the
hope
roof
not.
leaks.
Desdemona is going to find a place to sit down. Are there pews set up, or are they cleared out?
Yeah, there's some old dilapidated pews.
Yeah, she'll just find one and take a seat and pull out the piece of wood that she had nagged from the house and pull out a little small knife and start carving at it.
Okay. Anyone else?
Mal enters and instead of like immediately setting up an area, just kind of like skims around, dragging fingers through the dust on some of the debris, and is just going to like do a sweep of the church, check out what else in here.
Are we able to see when we first walk in, besides like pews and everything?
There's the pedestal that the preacher would stand at, but nah, this is just a little old church that they used to worship at. There's also the church bell, but that's probably fallen down over time, so it's probably something that you have to walk past in the whatchamacallits, in the thingy. But there's a way up there, because someone had to go ring the bell, and that's Thatcher's little area.
I feel like I'm gonna go towards the back of the building-ish. And just kind of look around everything. Like, I'll be up where the I forgot the name for it already.
The preacher's pedestal thingamajig.
The altar.
Yeah, that. I'm gonna be looking around there.
Behind the pulpit.
The pulpit. Thank you.
Yeah, I
Mal
forgot
does
words.
it's fine. I have a church as like the main home base for one of my games, so like I've had to drop, the nave, the chancel, the pulpit, all of that. But Mal does like go past when you're headed towards the back, but gives you a wide berth. Doesn't seem to watch you or anything. Focuses more on the church, where they complete their route around it. And eventually settle on the bell, actually like putting both hands on it and sitting atop.
Okay. It's sideways-ish, so it's easy to sit on.
After he steps through the threshold, Devdaki kind of like rotates his shoulder a bit and kind of just like sheepishly walks in to the church. The irony not lost on him at this moment. He'll go over to one of the pews and kind of like set up his stuff.
Got it. This is probably the first time that some of you have set foot in a church. Probably not you, Davdak.
Probably not.
Not me either.
Desdemona's definitely been in a kind of church before. Maybe not this kind, but a kind.
Thatcher's been in one church. Oh, I guess technically 2 churches many times.
If anyone's paying attention to Hazel, they seem very uncomfortable and keep like touching their shoulder and then rubbing their wrists and then just going back and forth between doing those 2 things.
Desdemona would definitely be paying attention and would probably like try and get Hazel's attention and like wave them over to come and sit with them.
Hazel just nods and sits.
You doing all right?
As well as one can do when they find out they're being basically haunted.
Yeah, that is a whole thing. I'm sure we'll find something to figure that out. You know, that's kind of my specialty, figuring this kind of odd occurrence. We'll find a way.
They open their mouth as if they're gonna say something and then just close it and nod.
Desdemona will just kind of reach over and, like, give Hazel a squeeze on the shoulder and then continue with whittling away at the wood. Just seems like he's slowly, like, narrowing it until it's, like, a reasonably, like, grippable piece of wood.
Okay. Now, the night passes on slowly. Seems like the longer you guys are together, the faster time starts to go. But those first couple hours of the night were intense. Well, I would say hour of the night was intense.
Rest of it was in a church.
Yeah, now. Does anyone try to sleep here? It is really late, and this seems to be a safe enough space.
I think eventually, after she's kind of just gotten some of the nerves out, Desdemona will kind of look to Hazel. You grab the blanket, right?
They nod and pull it out.
I'll try to get to sleep.
I think I'm gonna try to stay awake as long as I can, but I'll probably eventually fall asleep for a short while.
I think Davdak would have stayed up almost kind of like a first watch just kind of like allow the others to get to sleep before he eventually rests for the night.
Okie doke.
Same for me.
It's sleepy time for everyone. Or most everyone.
When
Y'all
people
had a
start-
long day.
Seeming to drop off, Mal does finally slip off the bell and takes off all their stuff, tossing it inside the bell and kind of settling like half in it.
I was actually gonna say how awesome that would be if Mal slept inside the bell.
I'm sleeping inside the fucking bell.
I love it. That's amazing. Oh god, yeah, I love it. It's perfect. I love Mal.
It's
Mal's
a
my
little, it's
favorite
a little
now.
safe cubby. I gotta lean into the kick dog look, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Now where's the little scrungly cat off of Kitbull that comes and curls up with you?
The only cat that's in the area I would not like to come curl up with me, please. I would
Oh,
not wake up
God.
in the morning.
That's fair. No. There's a cat and a dog. No wonder why you guys hate each other.
I'm sorry, hate each other? I have done nothing except not let them steal my shit. Mal rejects this.
I
Resents it.
understand.
It's
I
funny
curled
that
in my
technically-
bell.
It really is like Kitbull, where the cat's the one that's like, Key, get away from
I
me.
love Kitbull so much.
I do too. It makes me cry. But like,
Same.
in a good way.
Same.
Anyways, by the way, I fixed the hydration redeem.
Nice. It is funny though that currently Desdemona is the only one who's actually technically stolen anything from the house, and nobody has addressed it.
I mean, Mal took stuff, but does not consider it stealing because the lady got her house burned down and then half stoned and exiled from town. So, it was
Fair.
currently in the realm of, that's not really, like, the risk of coming back for that.
Agreed.
I think Thatcher would sleep, not like on his back or on his side. He'd sleep in like in the one of the pews, like the chair, or however the pews are orientated. Like he'd sleep kind of like on his side, sitting up, kind of keeping
Oh.
the air out.
I thought Gray had said you had, like, a sick pad that's, like, up in the, like, bell tower. Like, the bell had fallen, but you still had your stuff at the top of the stairs. Like a big nest.
Yes, I would have that, and that's normally what I would go to sleep. But I'm a little worried about what I've done and just everything that I'm just gonna sleep down.
Oh, no.
Rather sleep with the group.
F.
Yes.
Poor baby. He needs to go make sure that Uncle Cole's still alive, or else he's gonna have an aneurysm, like Uncle Cole did.
Someone accidentally to murder.
Baby's first kill.
But yeah,
Patrick's
Um,
died. I'm just kidding.
you all have an alright sleep, but you are prematurely awoken, Mal, probably, by some scuffling that you hear on top of the bell. Yeah. And you hear the chittering of a raccoon. It's just an unpleasant way to wake up. It is morning.
There's a sharp... Spook the raccoon off.
Just, like, throws your shoe at the top of the bell and ring.
Yeah, like, thunks the inside of it with the, like, butt of the pistol, like, not hard enough to, like, ring myself stupid, because I'm inside of it, but enough that it does make a resounding ring.
the raccoon is adequately startled, and you know how animals try to run on like smooth surfaces?
And then finally gets enough momentum to like launch off of it.
Yeah, and then all you see is like the raccoon with his arms extended and his legs extended all the way, and he's like flying through the air like, oh god, get me out of here!
It's a small laugh. It's like a bit of a giggle, like part of a snort, and then immediately puts hand over mouth.
The poor raccoon was scared half to death.
I think I'll let out a soft chuckle.
Freezes when somebody else makes noise. It's fine.
I think the ring definitely wakes up Desdemona for sure.
Oh,
kinda-
no, you would have probably slightly woken up by the chittering of a fucking raccoon. You sleep
Yeah.
outside enough to know that raccoons are scary fuckers. You like, are always listening for them.
But you get
Raccoons
the
are
sweet
great.
revenge of
What do you
watching one get
mean?
the shit scared out of it.
So seeing that, Desdemona's just like, "Good morning, whoever's awake."
The morning bell has rung.
Really.
Morning to you as well.
She'll just get up and like stretch her arms way above her head, which is very high up into the air, and start getting ready, puts her jacket back on, gets her hat back on. The process of putting on her jacket comes with the sound of like clanking pieces of wood somewhere and like glass clinking together. But she just gets ready and starts doing a check of the church area.
Now, one thing that you guys would notice is that you did not dream. In case your character does dream, you did not.
Oh boy.
Or at least you don't remember it.
Pressure's still there, I'm guessing.
Yep. If anything, while you sleep, you feel it on your stomach / back / side, however which way you're laying.
Just kind of is like sitting there as the grim reminder that an infant is currently sitting on his shoulder.
It's alright, it's dead.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah, no, I
so
think
not-
a child being on you is worse if they are dead.
Yeah. Just carrying around a dead child is interesting.
Well, you know?
Mal
Oh,
just
and
has
all of you
tits.
guys have
Oh, go ahead.
varying weights of child. Some of you have similar ones, and other of you have like different ones, because there were 3 children and there were 3 different weights. So, depends.
I wonder how you feel about the fact that you have the weight of half a 4-year-old.
I want to know who has the other half of the 4-year-old.
True.
Then there's 4 weights.
Yeah, because like I was gonna ask before, was that like the weight of half a 4-year-old because only like half of the 4-year-old was
Oh,
like
no, it's just
obscured?
because the weight of a 4-year-old would be like way too
Okay.
much.
It wasn't like you just couldn't see that part, so the weight wasn't there, or the other half is missing.
No,
Plus
it's
this-
just I don't want any of you guys to have to be carrying a fucking 4-year-old everywhere. And poor Davdak, if he had the 4-year-old, would like he'd be crushed.
Grumple.
No significant encumbrance.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not a strong man.
Average 4-year-old weighs 40 pounds.
Jesus.
So
like-
you're carrying about 20.
20 pounds of weight.
I was gonna
It's
Expecting
an
a
say
ethereal
medium-sized
weight,
dog.
though.
when you said
Gotta get a
half
hella
4-year-old,
workout.
I thought you meant like the upper half of a 4-year-old. I was like, oh, that's kind of horrifying. Like no bottom half of a 4-year-old, just one half.
Well,
I
yeah,
mean,
you
technically,
can't
your
see.
weight, your legs alone weigh a sizable amount of your body. So
We'll just call it 15 and be good.
that was not. I really don't care. The difference between carrying around 15 pounds and 20 pounds at all times really isn't going to make that much of a difference. It's gonna suck regardless.
Yep.
Mal cracked his
Basically-
fucking neck.
Basically, the taller you are, like it's the taller you are, probably you'll get the bigger one, but who knows? Davdek just has the baby. We'll see what everyone else has eventually.
Yeah, the 4-year-old would be taller than I am. If we're going by average 4-year-old height of 3.3 feet.
Yep, it just carries you instead.
Mal kind of clambers out of the bell and stands, cracking his back and their neck, and just sighs. And we're gonna have to figure a way to break that curse.
Oh, very much indeed. And seeing Mal getting out of the bell, Desdemona actually like stops whatever it is she's checking or doing and heads over in that direction. Didn't want to bother you until you'd gotten out of the bell, and then looks from Mal to the bell and pulls out a little what looks to be like a spice bottle, like a spice shaker, but it's empty. And then she is the bell rusted or like tarnished?
Tarnished, I would say. Not
Okay.
necessarily rusted.
Is it like a big bronze or brass bell where it's got like that green oxidation on it?
Yeah, I like that.
Okay. So Desdemona will pull out a very, very small knife. Like probably the same knife that she'd used to start carving at the piece of wood, and just kind of start going from spot to spot on the bell and like scraping off bits of the patina into the jar until she's gotten about as much as she can take, and then she caps the jar, wraps a little bit of string around the top, and then opens up her jacket. And anybody who's in the right position to get a good look just sees on the left side of her jacket is like a dozen different little jars that are in little like individually hand sewn pockets. She just kind of drops it into an empty one and then closes her jacket and goes back to whatever she was doing.
Any particular reason?
Well, it seems like the kind of thing that might be significant to someone. Weird little bits of patina from the fallen bell of an abandoned church. Sounds like something that would be significant.
Alright. Grabs things, still kind of looking at you, but just nods and shifts so that the bell's between you two, sets things on the top of it, and begins to rifle.
Desdemona just kind of gives a shrug and goes back to what she was doing before she started doing the stuff with the bell.
So, after the whole raccoon debacle, like I said, everyone is awake and you're free to figure out exactly where you go from here. An unnatural party, you may be, but you guys all have each other for now.
I think I'm gonna get stabbed at any moment. Thatcher, I have some questions for you if you don't mind.
Not at all. Ask away.
Since you've lived in town for a long time, who is the woman and her children?
nobody of importance. She's just lived there as long as I can remember. If I'm being honest, I didn't really interact too much with the townsfolk here. I y- yeah, just I have a little bit of a reputation.
Do you know her name or her business?
I know. Her name was. Her name was Mariah. Moriah. I misspelled it in my notes when I was just taking notes right now.
Her name was Moriah, if I remember correctly.
And do you know if she had any occupation in town?
Yeah, she was a homebody, if I'm not mistaken. Usually kept to herself, didn't bother nobody much.
Has anything bad happened in town recently?
It was rumored that
Illnesses?
she lived off an inheritance. And no, nothing out of the ordinary happened in town. Just it was just another day. Everybody usually turns in for the night, and yeah, just that just happened. Oftentimes, people go in this town go on I mean, witch hunts is what they call it, and yeah, they're just probably poking their nose somewhere it shouldn't have been.
And you wouldn't happen to know who the father of the children is? Or heard any rumors about it? Your uncle seems the type to have had loud opinions.
You've never been seen with another kin, uh, in terms of a husband or anything like that. No. Um, you see, the older folk of this town, they tend to keep secrets to themselves. They don't want to give us any young folk any idea about nothing. Sorry if I'm not being too helpful. I just try to keep to myself because stuff like that tends to happen, and well, you all know my secret now, so the less you interact, the better.
They shrug, immediately seeming to have moved past and be a bit in thought. Are there any other, like, hidden away places like this outside of town that you think that would make good retreats for witches? Caves, other abandoned locations, places of importance, old towns.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I've never been outside Pure Creek. Never had a reason to leave up until now.
Besides the church.
No, that's as far out as I go. The only reason why I've come out this far is because I've thought about running away before, but never had the courage to do it up until now. I mean, now I know it's a curse, but there's that. I started to become numb to the way they treat other kin around here, and just that feeling, that weight on my shoulders, just it pushed me over the edge. I can't be in this town anymore.
Well, you're more than welcome to run away if you'd like, but I'm not going anywhere until I have this curse off of me. I don't know if it'll last forever or if it's going to wear off, but I'd rather not chance it being forever.
I can agree with you. I don't know if I can keep going on like this. How's everybody's? How does everybody feel? Um, how would my weight feel?
You feel, again, your shoulders feel heavy. While you were laying down, you felt the weight of something on you. If anything, the weight is almost negligible, as it feels to be that of infant.
For me?
Yep, for you.
Desdemona, who has been listening into this as long as it hasn't been like a hushed conversation off in the corner.
Nah, they don't speak very loud, but it's not hidden.
I happen to know a thing or two about curses from my travels, and she kind of has a look to her of like, I don't even really know how to explain why I know this, but regardless, with a little time and some more information about what you all are feeling, might be able to help, but it's not a guarantee.
Well,
Said you
Good.
you said you what have you said that you saw the like child at this point, or had that just been implied?
It had been implied.
Okay.
Actually,
Oh,
no, Davdak said that there was a mirror down there.
Okay.
Yeah, that showed the child on their shoulder.
I believe before me and my compatriot were noticed, when y'all were talking, you'd mentioned a mirror down below the poor woman's house.
Yeah, she had a setup in the cellar. A bunch of concentric circles, symbols, alchemical stations, and a mirror that showed the room different, more active. And looking in it, we could both see children on our shoulders.
Yeah, could I make either an occult or esoteric lore check, hearing that, to see if that rings any bells for what this might be exactly, or if there's any more information I can glean?
You can roll an occult.
Okay.
But how much familiarity does your character have with witches specifically?
Witches specifically, I imagine Desdemona has dealt with before, just in the kind of stuff that she does. So probably like more, a pretty decent amount more than the average person in this world. She is not an expert and would probably not call herself a witch, but she's got funky stuff going on, so she probably knows a decent amount.
Got it.
Okay, so occultism?
Mm-hmm.
One of us might be able to hit you with a clue in as well.
That is a total of 8.
You got no idea. You've
Well,
never heard of a curse like this.
Can I figure, like, what I
I-
think would be most likely, like, whether, like, putting the children's bodies to rest or killing the witch, stuff like that would remove the curse?
And just to be fair, before we continue this, my dubious knowledge feat does. It's not just for my esoteric lore; it is for
Oh,
any recall knowledge check. So unless that is a critical failure, I still get a little information and a little wrong information.
alright. I'll give that to you in a moment.
Okay.
I need to double check that occultism is a knowledge or whatever.
So we both have dubious knowledge.
Hell yeah.
Occultism is a knowledge check, yeah.
Okay, cool. So I'll get that. But Mal, if you want to figure out the way to fix this, possibly, you can go ahead and roll.
Occultism, 18.
18? Okay. So, for now, Desma, what you understand is that this is a curse of, obviously, a witch, but specifically, witches who feel very intense emotions can cause intense curses. What this curse does is wears you out over time. And Mal, the way to fix this curse could be one of two ways. That is either probably kill the witch, or it could also be having the witch come to peace. Who knows? It's one of the two. You can do more figuring out later, probably, once you get some more information.
We're going to need to talk to older folks in town, or otherwise find out more information about the witch, what's happened here, the other parent, anything.
I
Our
would
best
agree.
bet is either to kill her or absolve her furies, since that is most likely how she worked the curse in the first place.
That sounds about right. I admittedly am not entirely sure. I think maybe if I could get a look at what it is you saw, the mirror and the circles, I might be able to tell a little bit more. But it certainly is a whole situation.
We might want to wait a day or two and let some of the heat die off before we
Mm.
creep back under night.
Indeed.
Some of us might be able to go in the daylight. Kind of like looks over and then like goes to say like something at Thatcher and then immediately realize, like you just cold clocked your uncle and are also filthy magic user and you probably should not go back into town, human or not. Which leaves kind of Desdemona and Mal.
And I mean,
Or was it?
Oh,
Yeah, it was Desdemona who looked human, right? It was Hazel that
Oh,
wasn't.
no.
Or the other way around.
Desdemona
Hazel
is
looks
like
human.
That's
6
right,
foot
tall
10
and
with
blue.
blue skin and like gigantic pointy ears.
Was it Hazel that looked human?
Yeah.
I actually can help out. I know this nifty little trick that I can it makes me blend in by not making myself look like me. I have the spell, the first level spell, Disguise Stealth. I think that's what it's called.
Well, that would be useful.
Illusionary Disguise. It's part of my bloodline.
having someone who can look as though they're someone else would be helpful, seeing as how your uncle seems to have seen all of us and was then, well, that is if he's alive, which we don't technically know yet, but if he is,
It's bullets.
yeah, we could. He knows who we are if we're alive, or at the very least what we look like. So having somebody who looks different would be a positive.
All right. So, from what I hear, you guys are gonna wait a day or two here. But for now, we will call it here, as it is almost 11 o'clock.
Fair.
I think that's when we said we would end, is 11? I don't remember. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. So we'll go ahead and go into post-game. I might have said 11:30 before, but I'm starting to get a headache. Had a long day. So we're gonna go ahead and go into post-game and vibe and be happy about everything that we did.
Hell yeah. I'm excited. This was wonderful. The the immediate tone setting, like, just you came out swinging, and I'm absolutely here for it.
Sorry. I always feel weird doing intros like that because it like I tried to give you guys like options to like intervene, but at the same time I was like, this is story part, so like this is just me getting you guys ready for the story.
Yeah. Like,
It worked.
yeah,
yeah.
that was wonderful.
I panicked.
That's what's supposed to happen. You're supposed to like freeze or try to act or do whatever you're supposed to do, but either way, her I feel so bad for those kids.
Yeah.
I panicked IRL too.
Oh, good.
It was great.
But like, yeah, that was absolutely a valid point to panic both in game and out. That was a very, very anxiety inducing opening, but in a very good way.
Yeah. I just hope everyone enjoyed it.
I very much did. I can't speak for everybody, but I very much did.
I had a blast.
Did anyone expect this coming out of the gate?
No.
I mean,
expect what?
it's kind of like half and half. All of the games I've been in normally start either with like all right, I've gathered you all here today, or like in a common area. But I've also had a game start with Cameron murdering a bunch of our children characters until only the survivors were left, and then made us choose for the rest of the campaign, like which of the survivors. So, yeah. This is kind of par for the course still.
Yeah.
Cheers, Gray.
Can't wait until you guys figure out what the curse does.
Hell yeah.
I assumed we were going to start getting exhaustion or like gradually have worse and worse nightmares and less sleep until we're like, okay, we're going to fucking die if we don't do this.
We'll see.
But friggin', I was like, hey, curses are a thing that like my character knows about specifically with esoteric lore and being a thaumaturge and stuff, and then I just rolled absolute ass for both of the rolls to figure it out.
When I tried like being like a cool kid jumping off the train, I was like, oh, my character's like acrobatic and does cool tricks, and then I was like, oh, I fall on my ass. Great. That was
a humbling experience, truly.
It was.
Ironically, in a similar vein, I'm kind of specced out for medicine, right? And that's the one I rolled the lowest on. Everything else rolled really well.
I love that.
But yeah, this is gonna be a very interesting campaign.
I
I
agree.
cannot wait to play again next week.
Me too. Hopefully I don't freak out at the very beginning again, you know.
Now, my homework is to make the town Yahoo!
Ooh.
Dungeon draft, here we go.
Hey.
Although I love Dungeon Draft, and also shout out to Crosshead Studios for making really great assets for Dungeon Draft.
A cool question every DM hates, but what's the month and day?
It's like whatchamacallit, it's when's the muggiest part of summer? It's then.
August?
No, I'm talking like southern, so
Oh, like the dead of it? It kind of depends how bad your weather is, but like July is probably like peak hurricane season, like before it gets into like the autumn side of hurricane season.
Oh, I have a little bit of a map, by the way. A map of the continent, and then a little bit of like where specifically this campaign happened.
Coolio.
Let me pull
I
that up.
gotta dip.
All right, get
Yeah,
out of here.
peace out.
Rude.
Have a good
Bye.
night.
Good night.
Night and night.
Yeah, I'd say July or August.
Yeah.
So I was kind of right. My random guess. Ha ha ha.
Kind of right and being right are two very different things.
I'll take it as a win.
That's valid.
Take your wins where you can get them. I gotta say, the character dynamic is already a very interesting one.
Yes.
I got
love the,
scared there
like-
for a minute, and I was like, do I need to intervene as a DM?
For what?
For like like player versus player stuff. I was like, okay, hold on, wait.
Don't kill each other.
I was gonna say, well, what do you expect? You got other kin and humans in the same party.
Oh no, I totally expect that, but I'm just like, we are not gonna go to player on player violence at all. Like, no. That's a hard stop. And like, I'm even kind of iffy on like player versus player roles, but I think in this situation it was fine, but I was like, I was on it. I was like, we're not gonna let this escalate to a point where I'm like uncomfortable.
What if it's a practice fight?
A practice
Yeah, what if
fight
we're
is
practicing for villains?
Time to do
Yeah.
the old anima thing of time to spar again. Spend an entire session on a spar.
yeah, like that's fine.
Everybody could probably, well, everybody except Mal would probably be able to kill Thatcher, because he would not fight back against other kin.
I have a gun.
He's just
It
I have a
depends if you get the
pointy-
magic going first.
I have a pointy needle.
Also,
Hey.
I'm not a combat like focused character. I'm not
Nor
sure
am
if you
I.
were listening to the entire character description, but they do not exactly reek of danger.
Oh, my character is like there you get way too into combat is how I made them because I again Puss in Boots I won't too into way too into it.
No, see, the older folk of my town don't seem like they'd be very violent either, but they are, and that's what makes Thatcher very wary of just humans in general.
Well, if Mal punched you, their arm would probably snap in half, so it's only the
Thatcher'd
pistol
still
you gotta
probably
be worried
try.
about.
Yeah.
Gotta hit
so
him
in
with that
general, there's
discombobulate.
the map, and then there's the little zoom in bit. You guys live on the center peninsula continent thingamajig.
Give me the date.
It's July 25th.
Has
You gotta keep
barbecue
track of the
sauce
days
been
that pass,
invented
they're
yet?
not me.
Yeah, I have dates on my note taking.
Okay.
So
If
is
you
it-
had said you're not gonna do if you had said that you weren't gonna do months and days, I would have just done day one and then just kept track of that from there.
Totally valid.
Oh, do
God
you
damn it,
want
I
my
said
note
it
sheet,
again.
Ray?
No, unless it's a Google Doc that I can just like peek at sometimes.
It is a Google Doc.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, sure. I just like to peek sometimes and go, okay. So that's what they think. Laughs in DM. But yeah, I'm super excited. This was a lot of fun, if not a bit stressful. Mostly for me. Because I always get worried about the start of a campaign, whether or not it's gonna be good. Because first impressions are everything, after all.
I think this was a very, very wonderful first session.
Dev Deck had to talk down so many weapons pointed at him.
I do just love that we all, like, just met in the road. Like, it was very much like the way that we actually got everybody together was such a wonderful departure from, like, you meet in a tavern. 'Cause, like, yeah, it was good.
It was a difficult way to figure out how I'm gonna get this band of fucking rascals together and like make you guys work towards the same goal, because in any other situation you guys would be like, fuck off, go die.
Yeah.
And still, you guys are even a little bit like, fuck off, go die.
I was worried that you were gonna either let us or make us all human or make us all otherkin and not have a mixture. When you said we could, I was like, oh, that's gonna be interesting.
It'd be way too interesting to like say no to it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I want to see this dynamic play out.
And it'll go fine so long as I don't get double stabbed by Grak and who the fuck knows who you are.
And no name ho.
No name ho.
Or betrayed by my barber buddy.
He was the villain all along.
Risky surgery or heart out of your body.
It is cool.
Hot take a.
It is cool that we have two sets of characters who have pre-existing relationships, though.
Yeah, we do have like two duos that knew each other, and then a duo that kind of formed that don't, and then poor Thatcher as like, which I feel is so fucking fitting that odd man out is the odd man out still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though Mal is more the odd man out in that not only are they human, but they also like have not shown anything that would get them, killed like the rest of you.
Yeah, that is kind of funny. I didn't think about that until you guys pointed that out just now.
Both human, both magic. Welcome nowhere.
Hell yeah.
As Grak has made that very obvious. No. Thatcher is the only one that's not magic, not human. Or not magic and human, sorry.
But, I mean, Thatcher is at the very least also sort of magic.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I meant. Is magic and human. I'm getting my words mixed up. I'll just shut up.
It's gonna be wonderful. I'm very much enjoying it already.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, this is.
I look forward to it, but it is 2 a.m. So.
Oh yeah, this is
this is
post game.
true.
You can leave at any time.
I'm a bounce.
Okay. Good night.
Go
Nighty night,
sleep.
20.
Love you, mom.
Love you too, great baby. Take care.
Night.
Good night.
Night, folks.
Bye.
Night, twinsy.
And then there were 5 left.
There's actually 6 of us in here.
I know, but I'm looking down at all of you. Also, I hope you guys like my little PNG tuber. No one ruin it for me. It doesn't look like it's sneezing.
No, it's very good.
It's pretty fantastic, yeah.
I like the talking and the eyes go dark. Because I'm like, yes, every time I speak, it is terrifying because I am the DM. Bahaha.
Evil.
Evil.
A little sad that the frog doesn't do anything. But c'est la vie.
Yeah, that's fair.
Hazel's.
Huh?
I don't know. What does anyone know what gender Hazel is? I think.
I think as far as I'm aware, it just says any pronouns for Hazel, so I don't know if there is a gender to be had.
I would say, well, I assume that's just the genders of the person themselves. I do remember them using the descriptor she for the character, but
Yeah.
I can't be sure. You'd have to ask directly.
Oh, if this one didn't work, I had a backup for the DM uh talkie thingamajig. I'll
Oh.
send it to you. Or I'll put it in the Discord what my backup was.
I heavily considered editing in a cowboy hat to mine to just swap between to use for this one.
I love that.
Because there was no hat option for the one that I used, but I definitely have a PNG of a cowboy hat on my computer that I could just put on top of there.
Ugh, beautiful. But yeah, so the one in general is the one that I almost went with. I like it because it looks so fucking tired. But at the same time, body horror, teeth.
Eefs.
That's pretty awesome.
I like the
like-
finger up talking.
Yeah.
I like making these pit crews like so many days a week. It's way too fun for me.
Yeah, I've made a lot of pig crews.
So fun.
But yeah. Anyone have anything else they want to talk about the game? Because like hype, 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 hype.
Yeah, I mean,
Can does anyone else love the aesthetic of Mal like passing out inside of the bell as much as I
yeah,
did?
that was wonderful.
And then the raccoon.
Mhm.
Ugh.
Yeah, I also just can't wait for more of Desdemona grabbing random, weirdly, like, specific and without real explanation objects from just everywhere.
If anyone animates anything about this game, it's gotta be the raccoon.
Hell yeah.
I love raccoons.
The scraping of the nails, trying to get friction, and then getting it and flying off. Ugh, beautiful.
I should ask, are we doing milestone or experience in this game?
We're doing experience. I forgot that we're doing experience, so I should calculate out what experience to give everyone.
Are we doing, like, experience or story
Yeah.
points? Oh,
Nope,
goodness.
experience. I know
I've
this is new for
legitimately
me too.
never played with experience.
Well,
Don't worry,
uh,
Pathfinder's easy.
every 1,000 experience, you get a level up.
Oh, that makes it very simple.
Is
For,
it
for
1,000?
everybody?
It
Yeah,
is 1,000.
everybody, every level.
Are there different rates in which people get experience points, or how does that work?
Depends if there's like player awards and stuff implemented as well.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, because like if we all fought a goblin and I got like 3 experience points and somebody got 5, I was curious if it was like that.
No.
No, everybody would get the same battle experience. Actually, funny enough, if you have a rogue like stealing it from a bank while a fight is going on with the rest of the party, any experience that either side gets from those endeavors goes to the entire group.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah,
super
that's
nice.
sick.
Yeah. So I'll calculate out experience and I'll put, I think I put, is there? Oh, there's not an inspiration given thing. Or not an inspiration. There is an inspiration given and not a experience given. So I think we'll do the hero point system of everyone gets a hero point at the beginning of the session. And then we're gonna go with my experience system of not experience, fucking goddamn it. The inspiration system of bronze, silver, and gold because I love that so much. I will think back on the session and award inspiration based on that um, in the channel. And everyone will be able to figure out which inspiration they got because some things were super awesome, some great ideas, some fun things. So I think everyone will probably benefit. Perhaps. We'll see how generous I'm feeling.
Hell yeah.
The raccoon gets gold.
Oh, the raccoon always has gold.
But yeah. I think we are just about done. Does anyone else have anything they'd like to say?
Honestly, fun session. I think everybody was a
Yeah.
little timid at the beginning, but once we got rolling, we got rolling.
Yeah, it went very well, and I very much enjoyed it.
I love to see it.
Yeah, Gray pointed out to me like, because I was expecting to like leave in the morning, and Gray's like, "Oh, your character probably wouldn't leave in the morning. He'd leave at night where nobody's watching." I was like, "You know what? That's actually very smart," and that's what led me to sneak out my window.
Don't want Uncle Cole poking his nose around when you're leaving in the morning. Or else you would have had to daze him in the middle of the day.
Which
I'm
definitely
actually
would have
really
been worse.
happy that my spells have been well, that they're gonna be useful, cause I was worried that like I wasn't gonna use any of like my bloodline spells, but I've actually used well, I'm going to use both of them that I have right now.
The sorcerer bloodline stuff is really cool. What tradition did you end up going with? I'm curious.
Is it cool for me to say, Gray? Um, my bloodline is the hag.
Ooh. That one a occult magic spell list?
Yes, yeah, it is, it is.
Pretty sick one.
Yeah, it was I think it was thematic for the campaign. Like everything that I chose was tied to my character and not what I thought I would like in combat or whatever. Like I mean, I tend to make my characters more that way, but this one especially, like everything has like some meaning or background behind it because of how Thatcher came up.
I think that's the best way to make a character.
Yeah, but I also like the combat aspect of like churn. Well, I don't know how you'd say like tabletop combat, and I like being Blasty Boy, but I definitely did not make him this way.
Pew 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 pew.
Ka-chew, ka-chew,
Kerchew.
ka-chow.
How did you like playing your character, Devin?
I enjoyed it. I ended up taking more of a diplomatic route than I was expecting to for this session, but it worked out in the end.
At least you didn't have to perform any major surgeries.
True. But that's kind of the fun part of the build, ain't it?
That's fair. That's fair.
Though, granted, if I'm doing a risky surgery on you, it means you got, like, absolutely shredded in a fight.
That's fair. Sad. I feel bad for those kids, but I was the one that did this to them.
Yeah, that's why I was considering, like, trying to get up there to help them, but if they had the accelerant dumped directly on them, there was no way.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Those kids, like if someone was able to like help the kids survive, there goes the plot hook to the campaign.
And
Fair.
like, it probably would have just ended up with us being even more traumatized as we run in to see the kids actually burning.
Yeah.
True.
It was almost a mercy to like kill the kids it like first instead of like just catch the room on fire and let them burn slowly. So pros and cons, I guess. Just sucks. Like an infant, a 2.5-year-old, and then a 4-year-old. How sad. I'm a bad person.
Nah.
Also, I really love medicine in this game because there's so many things that in Pathfinder that support like a more like just medically healing type
Yeah,
person.
100%.
Don't get me wrong, clerics are still king of healing, but it's really cool that you can go this route with a character.
Yeah, you can do Jinx better than I can. You'll be the doctor that helped Jinx learn.
That could
Because
be
Jinx
interesting.
Jinx was taught to be a doctor by a halfling.
True.
Heyo.
That's why she has the halfling accent. Which I made a British accent.
So I'm gonna need y'all to keep me honest because I'm gonna need to keep track of a lot of feats as things go on.
No worries. If you send me a PDF of your character sheet or anything you need, you can go ahead and send it to me and I can help. But yeah, forensic investigator gets a little complicated after a while.
I'm really looking forward to getting all the like dubious knowledge checks because like a little bit of fake information with a little bit of good information is such a wonderful flavor.
Coincidentally, if you would like that to go off more often, wink, to where you don't have to worry about a critical failure, so it's always considered a failure if you crit fail instead. I'd recommend the additional lore general feat.
I'll have to look it up.
Plus, I think it would fit with your whole character's just knowledgeable about stuff aesthetic as well.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, it would be that mixed with unmistakable lore feat.
So unmistakable lore or additional lore or both?
Both, because
Okay.
the way unmistakable lore works is if you become an expert or higher on anything, or is it a master? I would have to double check. But basically, anytime you make a knowledge check, if you would get a critical failure, it's a failure instead, which would trigger your dubious knowledge.
Okay.
Additional lore, how it works is as you level up, it will level up with you. So when you pick it up, I believe at level 3, the skill will automatically become expert. At level 7, it'll automatically become master, and at 15, it'll automatically become legendary.
Super cool.
It's pretty awesome.
Oh, really quick, I have a question. How did you like the Witch's Cellar?
It sounded super cool, and I wish I would have gone into it.
That wasn't planned at all. I didn't even make it until I was like, it
Oh,
would be cool if he had that.
It was very aesthetically pleasing, for sure.
yeah.
And then I also quickly made up the mirror. I was like, this will be fun. Fuck.
It was very,
Me
very cool.
scribbling down notes very quickly because I am shit at planning when I'm depressed.
You did wonderful. The game was great.
Also, I saw that moment to where someone could bond by just unlocking a door, and I was like, I could do this. I have this.
Perfect. Wunderbar. Alrighty. I think with that we can go ahead and take off because it's been 30 minutes of post-game. We can go ahead and stop streaming for now. You don't have to go, but you can't stay here, basically. No, you don't have to leave the call. I'm just gonna stop streaming.
Fair.
Alrighty. Say goodnight, everyone.
Good night.
Good
Night.
morning.
And I.
Afternoon.